It is Wednesday, my dudes. Good morning! Hi, everybody. Or, I guess afternoon. It's morning for me. Good afternoon for all of you. Because, for the most part, it is much later for a lot of you than it is for me. But hello! And hello, Gil. And grazie, Miko. I see you're keeping your streak. And hello, Koishi. And Khan. And Blippy. I got all the cuties today. Oh, you have a good day, stream. Blippy, you have a good day. I almost said you will have a good stream too, Blip. Wrong. I think Blippy's going to work, but jeez, that's a fumble. Yeah, East Coast gang. I am West Coast gang. So whenever I'm starting, it's like noon to 1 for you guys, which I'm perfectly okay with. I'm okay with starting at about this time. Also, a lot of you are from the UK and Scotland, and I know I have a few Italians here. I have a few people from Ukraine. It's crazy. I have a lot of UK and European people. It's fucking dope. But yes, hello. How are you guys on this lovely Wednesday afternoon / evening? Morning for me, kind of. Ugh, there we go. I had an itch. It was bad. But I'm better now. There we go. Alright, so the first thing we're gonna cover here is that it is indeed Worldbuilding Wednesday, which means we're gonna be covering more of my races. However, instead of working on the dwarf language, I wanted to take a step back. Another Desmond stream, another good day. Oh, that's cute. But I stream almost every Monday through Friday. There's so much of me. Are you sure? You sure there hasn't been one day that's been kind of lackluster? At least one. Most of Europe is between 5 to 9, so that's understandable. Yeah, it's really cool. But yeah, last week we had Koishi on, and it was really nice. Koishi hopped in, showed us the race that they had created, but wanted an artistic outlet of the race itself, and it was really fun to explore that. But it got me thinking about hybrid races. Times bones be funky like that. Yeah, they do. They be spunky. It's almost like the sun goes. It's almost like the sun goes around the earth. Oh no! It's almost like the earth goes around the sun. I'm not here today, I guess. If I say something silly, just assume I've blanked for a second. Or that I'm having a conniption. I don't know why it's like this today. It is Sleepy Wednesday. But yeah, I started thinking about hybrid races. And I know we were, like I said, working on the Dwarvish language, but honestly, I think I've covered as much as I would like to for it at the moment. I do want to work on other aspects of my world. And hybrids are one of them. Just assume the old bat's having a stroke. Got it. Yes, exactly that. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I mean, too. Whoa! Oh, Sarah's cutie. Thank you for the raid, Sarax. You little precious bean. And welcome in, Raiders! For those of you who do not know me, I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw, as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Hello, Sarax! How was your stream? Alright, let me boot up my by pictures here. But yeah, I don't really want to play in the language sandbox for the time being. So we're not gonna. Mediocre, I have a headache. Oh no, I'm sorry you have a headache, buddy. Take a rest. Relax your bones, relax your brain. I understand that sometimes some days are harder than others. That's just life. Alright, I have my tablet pulled up, so we're gonna hop on over here. And we're going to start discussing hybrids. And when I mean that, was the Team Fortress really 2? Yes, really 2. Was it really? Also, I'm gonna get a sip real quick. No one redeemed it, but I don't care. How? Ah, I needed that. I was thirsty. I forgot to drink water today. I needed to dink my order. Here we go. But yeah, we're going to cover hybrids. Now, make legal... Ah, thank you, Gil. I appreciate that. Oh, I can also probably turn off the AC for the moment. I see little kitty paws. Hi, kitty. I love my cat. He's so fucking cute. My cat cute. Sugar Skull! Hello! We just started. How you doing? Good morning to you, too. My enter key is evil. I feel that. Ah! Hello? Oh! I forgot to turn on my driver. I'm gonna come over here. Hey, we're not done. We're not done talking. Jeez Louise. Cheese Louises. Help me. There we go. Driver on. Tablet working. Pen registered. Okay, we're going back over here. SMH my damn head. Alright. Here's my races. Someone who has fat fingers and no little tool. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see, what is this? That's my squirrels. Yeah. Cheese Louises. Cheese's crust. Jesus crust. You have vegetated vascular dystonia? Gives you headaches. Oh, okay. I don't know if there's a way to alleviate it because of because it's a symptom of that, but do whatever you need to rest your brain, please. I don't need you. I don't need you in pain, homie. There we go. Okay. So whenever I'm saying hybrids, specifically I'm meaning a combination between the two races, just so we keep everything clear. That means half-elves, half-orcs. For those of you who are especially familiar with D&D, you'll know that half-elves and half-orcs are exclusively, like, the thing. But what kind of irks me, I guess, about D&D is that half-elves and half-orcs are pretty much the only thing you can do. And it's always an elf with a human or an orc with a human, and that's it. I don't know, it feels a little boring to me. So I've actually come up with a system for my world for how hybrids work. And I tried to weave it in with how D&D works in general. Oh, there's no way to get rid of it. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I meant like, I know that the, disease itself, or the condition itself, is probably really difficult to deal with, especially since like you said, it's a condition, it's not something you can get over. I mean, like, if you can alleviate the headache, please take the necessary steps so that you're not in as much, pain, please. Yeah, give Sarah's hug. Wait. wrong color. There we go. Okay, so where is my race list? Here. So these are the different guys that I got going on in my world. My world is called Eldrig. And it is where a lot of these races that I'm creating is going to be living whenever I start my D&D campaign. That's what all of this is leading up to because I really like D&D. D&D's fun as hell. Briefly glows to the brain skull, but out of it, slow. So my skull pressure goes up. Oh, okay, got it. Or weather. Ugh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Oh, the Usagi emote. So cute. Okay, good. At least you took some medication to at least help alleviate the pressure. And yeah, just take it easy. My music sounds a little quiet. Let me turn that up. Just a little inch. Just a little notch. Just a little tick. There we go. But yeah, these are my different races that I'm going to be dipping my toes in. They have different names for stuff, but you can kind of equate them with the D&D equivalent. Like I said, for those of you familiar with Dungeons & Dragons. Man is just human, Dara are new, Albs are elves, Dwerg are dwarves, and then the rest of them are pretty much brand new. Or a twist on the old races? Yes! That is an elephant. They are called Zahima. They're not like Loxodons where they're like huge hulking motherfuckers. They are tall. They can get up to about 7 feet, but they're a lot more humanoid in the body than like what you would picture like an anthropomorphic elephant to look. Oh, Blippi. Thank you for the sippy and the pet. Hello, Usagi. Welcome in. Some care for the good boy. That's so sweet of you. Give some good care to the good bot, too. Mwah. Let's get that pet going. Speaking of the devil, it's Usagi. Usagi's not a devil. Usagi. Whoa, that headpad. It's supercharged. Blippi got real excited. There we go. Oh, Usagi cute. But yeah, we're gonna go over these all in a moment. But I have them categorized here, as you can see. And the ones you should probably be the most familiar with, I guess is the best way to use it, is humans, or man, albs, or elves, dwerg, or dwarves, and then sort of the Krumdal. The Krumdal are kind of like orcs, but not really. They're more, I would say they're more like hobgoblins in D&D rather than orcs, because orcs, specifically orcs, don't really exist in this world. The Krumdal are the closest you're gonna get. They are, because I like doing this, everything is evolved from some sort of specific animal. The Krumdal are evolved from boars. They're evolved from wild boars. So they have tusks, however... Hello, Pinguina! I live with, like, from being 12 to 14 years old, so 7 years, got it at the age of birth, but it started giving me headaches at 12 to 14. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Serax. Please take the necessary, like I said, the necessary rest to not have it be as much of a point of suffering, I suppose is a good word. My music got loud again, but there we go. But yes, hello, Pinguina, welcome in. We are talking about hybrids. And I'm discussing which races are the best equivalent towards D&D races. Because a lot of these I just kind of made. I have used a few templates. Like I said, the Krumdal are the closest to orcs that you're gonna get. But orcs don't really work in this world. If you understand where orcs come from, um, then you'll understand why I don't want them. Because I actually can't quite remember where orcs come from in Dungeons and Dragons. I think they are... I think they're a creation of an evil god. I can't remember what the god's name is. So a lot of the orcs are considered quote-unquote evil races, so you can't be just a straight-up orc. You have to pick a half-orc, or nothing. That's just how the lore works. Unless you're playing an evil campaign, in which case you can pick an orc all day. But I know the orcs' origins, especially in the first iteration of where they came from, Lord of the Rings. Orcs are corrupted versions of elves. So if you see an orc, they were used to be an elf, but they were corrupted by Sauron. Sauron basically changed their body. Tolkien's orcs are just dark elves. Yes, orcs are essentially dark elves. Corrupted, undead almost, dark elves. And you can see this kind of spilling out into other mediums as well. A few more franchises do this with their orcs as well. For instance, Elder Scrolls, that's a good one. Elder Scrolls does the same thing, where orcs are called Orzamer, while the elves are, well, depending on the elf, they're called Dunmer, Altmer, and Bosmer, I believe the word is. And Mer means elf. So the orcs are considered elves, but like a corrupted form of the elves because of a Daedric prince. So orcs in that iteration are also considered elves. It's really interesting. Fun fact, by the way, for those of you who know, of course, Pinguina. Alice and help me is suffering. I am so sorry. I hope you get better. Everyone's got a bit of pain today. It's Pain Wednesday. But yeah, fun fact. If you hear the word mer, M-E-R, at the end of a word for Elder Scrolls, it means that race is a type of elf. So if you hear the words Dwemer, aka the dwarves in Elder Scrolls, they're just elves. They're called deep elves. Dwemer. It's really funny. Which actually stems from, weirdly enough, it's a pretty accurate. Dwemer, or, not Dwemer, that in ancient Norse, dwarves could be considered just dark elves. Or like underground elves. So you can see how everything kind of wraps itself together around the Norse, around the Norse mythos. From what you can tell, your 2 minutes of online search, emotional stress, hormonal shifts, climate zone changes, and physical, intellectual, and emotional overload can all cause that, at least initially. So that'd probably explain why it started around 12 to 14. Yes, it sucks to have to deal with those kind of conditions. But like I said, I hope you guys are just resting and making sure things hurt less. Because that sucks. I think it's because emotional stress. It could be a combination of factors. Because I know hormone shifts like puberty would help too. Or not really help, but would add to the cause. If that makes sense? But yeah, that entire tangent I just went on about orcs and why I don't want them in my world is because in almost every iteration of media, orcs are considered a corruption of another race. I'm not doing that. None of these races that are here are corruptions of another race. They evolved naturally. They were isolated in an area, and through some sort of, spoiler alert, a genetic means, These guys came about and came into sentience. So that's why the Krumdal are not like regular orcs, and they're more akin to boars. Because they're not a corruption of Elvish make. They're their own race. As such, they have pig-like ears, as you can see. They have ears that look kind of like this. It's got like this rip right here. And their tusks, which they do have because boars have tusks, come from both the top and the bottom of their mouth. And the top part of their mouth, like so, let's say this is an orc, a Krumdal, with their horn, their tusks in their mouth. Let's say she's talking. These tusks are attached to the top part of the mouth. And then there is another set of teeth, smaller tusks that are on the underside of that, much like a boar. So, unlike orcs, where most teeth come from the bottom jaw, their teeth are primarily from the top jaw, too. So, that's why I'm saying kind of. And the last two races that are as close as... Oh, Suggy Cutie. The last two races that are as close to D&D as possible is, once again, sort of the Zahima, because they do have an elephant race. However, the elephant race for Faerun is based off of Magic the Gathering's Loxodons. Loxodons are hulking, huge behemoth elephant-like people. They've got a huge gut, they've got really big, strong arms, and like really big hands. These guys, however, are not quite like that. Also, they don't have hair. These guys have hair. These guys think more Indian. I based the Zahima and the Shahani specifically off of Indian gods, because let's face it, I absolutely am in love with multi-armed creatures. If it's got 4 arms or more, I'm in love. I don't know why. They just look really fucking cool. Yeah, Hindu gods. The Shayani are blue, red, purple, gold colored people with black hair and 2 pairs of arms. These guys. So, they're based off of what Hindu gods look like. The Zahima, conversely, are based off of the Ganesh or the Ganesha look. They have a lot more of a human body. Some of them can be overweight or plumper than the average, I guess, but Ganesha has 6 arms. He does. But these guys, for the sake of it, will only have 1 pair. I know it's from Fate. Well, to be fair, the Hindu gods can have however many arms they want, because they're gods. But for the sake of a sentient race, I only give these guys 1 pair of arms. Because that's, it makes sense to me. But if we look at Ganesh, like I said, his body is a lot more human in proportions. So these guys are based off of that. And usually, yeah, they're probably a bit taller, up to 7 feet. Easy. And they also have a chubbier body than what a lot of other races have, on average. And that's just to do with their elephant nature. But it's not to the point where it's crazy. It's not to the point where you're like, oh, that's just an elephant that got on its hind legs one day. A la Loxodons. Because I want cool designs. I don't want it to just look like the animal, like, purely. If I had to guess, your fashioning could come from thinking what it'd be like to have that yourself. No idea, just a guess. Maybe? I think it just looks really pretty. But I'm not sure why. It's just aesthetically pleasing to me. But yeah, I'm trying to find a few pictures here of Ganesh that really shows it. Oh, a cute baby Ganesh. I can't find anything for now, but we'll worry about that later. Or I could just draw it, because I really just love the pretty and the pink color of the Ganesh. He's just really pretty. He's really pretty and he's really cute. Like, look at this guy. Look at this cute little guy. See, this is how I picture them. While whenever you see a Loxodon, those motherfuckers are crazy. If I spelled that correctly. I think it has to do with the eyes, now that I'm looking at it. See, this would be a pretty good understanding of a Loxodon. They look a lot more elephant-like in the face, because it looks like a literal elephant's head on top of a huge hulking body. While with these guys, my Zahima would look, it is Wednesday, my dudes. Ah! Hi, Lobo, welcome in. But yeah, I'm gonna start drawing these guys next, because they're so cute. They'll become cat girls or whatever. Fuck that, I'm gonna be a dragon. I agree. What would I be? I don't know what animal I'd want to be, guys. It's a mystery. I hope the pause was long enough for the hilarity to stay poignant. But yeah, so they're kind of like it. And these guys, the Gobble, they're just goblins. However, I don't really like the design of goblins by default for the D&D campaign, for just D&D in general. But I found a cute-ass picture a long time ago of like a bunny character, and the ear was all floppy, and the ears were drooping over the, over the shoulders. And I'm like, I want that. It's cute! So they're bunnies. They're like little olive. They usually come in colors of like gold to olive. So they're in like this category, this range here. But they are little banana people. They have banana ears. We've seen them a few times actually. I've shown them off, but they're very cute. Oh, have a good lurk, Serax. Yeah, they have banana ears. They droop, and it's very cute. Like I said, I've shown these off before, but I'm gonna do it again because I really like this picture. Let's go find a goblin example, or Gobal. Sorry, they're called Gobal in this world. My pictures are not loading. How fun! There we go. I'm going through my gallery so I can find her. Because it's easier to go through the actual gallery online than it is to sort through all my folders, because fuck that. I don't feel like it. If it would load. It's slow today. Is the internet slow for you guys? It's slow for me. There she is. Aww. Now, like I said, I've showed this off before. But this is a prime example of what they look like with her long, banana floppy ears. And they're all a little chubby, and they're all plump as hell, and they're all thick, and I love them. Oh, right, the bug-looking ones, let's go over those next. These guys, they're called the kettle, or the ketel. Ketel. It starts with a Q, E-T-E-L, ketel. And they are definitely bugs. They are based specifically off of how eusocial bugs work. Now, I know we've talked a bit about eusocial dynamics with the dwerg, but for those of you who do not know, eusocial is just a word we use for when insects and a handful of mammals gather together due to having one queen that is responsible for having hundreds of members. She has a handful of drones at her beck and call for providing babies. Yes, like an ant colony, or a bee colony, or certain wasps. I do believe a few more insects do it as well, but yes, yes. They're essentially bees. The Ketel are like bees or ants. Specifically, I believe there's 4 different types. There are termites, wasps, bees, and then ants. Yeah, those are going to be the 3 quote-unquote ethnicities that we mess with. So that's what those guys are, and they're pretty big. They're about 4 feet, 4 to 5 feet, which is huge for a bug. And I love them. These guys are great. Now, the other 4 that we haven't really covered here, we know what the underlings are, because you guys got to watch me make them from scratch. I made them and then went, hey, these guys would fit into my world. And then we included them. They're fucking great. I've already explained the Shayani. They're 4-armed, like gemstone skin-colored people. They have like red, yellow, blue, purple, orange, green, those kind of skin colors. And then we have... Okay, yeah, I haven't explained any of the others. And once I get over this, I'll be able to go over the hybridization process in full. So, the Darrens, right here, they are goats. That's pretty much it. They're goats. But their physiology is really fun to play with, because they are goats, but I've based them loosely off of hyenas as well, which means the women have something called a... This is hard to say. A pseudo... Well, they... Twitch, don't clap me. They have something called a pseudo-penis. So, when we look at hyenas, it looks like both of them, or most of them, are male, because the females actually have a larger member than males do. However, it's called a pseudopenis for a reason. It's actually just a really elongated tube, in a way. And it makes the power dynamic between males and females skewed to a huge degree, because it makes forced penetration impossible. Meaning, hyena females can pretty much say fuck you to any potential mate if they want to. It's great. But it's also scary. The Darren are similar. They come from an evolutionary line where females had an evolutionary advantage over the males to not get... I'm not using the R word, but we know what it is. To get forced upon, pretty much. Leading to their physiology, the females ending up being huge, and the males ending up being little. So males in the Darren society are usually 5 feet, while the females are pushing 6 feet, 6.5 feet. Easy. And they are the aggressive ones. They're the ones with the huge horns, huge muscles, Himiko's type. That's all I'm gonna say. I made Himiko's type before I knew who Himiko was. But that's what the Darren are. They're these cute little goats, with the cute goat boys, and then the thick-ass... It's just Twitter. Hold on. It's huge muscle women and femboys. That's it. That's this race. It's huge, aggressive muscle women and femboys, the race. So, there that is. We can work on them at a later date. But there they are. Look at them. Now, the other 4 that we haven't really covered, I will go over these guys real quick. We're kind of hopping back and forth between the board here. So an entire species of Hemis? Yeah, pretty much. As species where Hemi would literally be dying. But we're gonna cover the Zoodroki really quickly because we've seen these guys before. They're my frogs. I love them. They're froggos. They live underwater, they live in caves, they're adorable, and I love them. They're just frogs. That's it. They're just frogs. Gibhimi! Proud member of the We Love Big Beautiful Muscle Women Club. Exactly. If you're not a part of that club, why are you here? That is this club specifically. Sleepy Himi. Hello, Sleepy Himi. I didn't want her clipping through my body, but here we are. There we go. Himbi! You rang? Hi. Yeah, we're talking about big muscle ladies. Specifically, I made a race with big muscle ladies in it. That's like their default state. Huge muscular women and tiny feminine dudes. That's the race. Everyone's screaming Himi. Himi! Yes, the cute Himiko girl. But yeah, the Zoodroki, just frogs. Oh, you've been lurking? Nice. Imagine you but goat Himi. Yeah, pretty much. Just, they're goats. And they're very cute. At least I think they're cute. And the last three that we're going to... on, I see. Let's grab the handsome lad. Come here, little boy. Gotcha. I have a boy. He's so cute. I have the handsome lad. I'm gonna skip that. That music is, it's nice, but we're skipping it. There we go. Get that handsome fox. Yeah, the handsome little lad. Look at him. He's so cute. But yeah, we've talked about the Ketel now, because, people asked. They are bugs. They are cute bugs. Now, we have 2 races left to cover, and then we can start the, understanding of how to hybridize these people. Because there are 3 ways you can go about it. Just, me like eat a bug. Oh, same. I really like the insectoid races. Once again, I think it's the 4-armed nature. That, and I just really like the social dynamics that bugs can have. It's really dope. But, yeah, now we have the Skarma. The Skarma are honestly really fun for me. They're elves, but more feral, I guess is the best way. They're like goblin, like gremlin elves. They're a little shorter than elves. They have longer ears. There's fur a little bit on the tips here. But they have long, slender tails. And the tails help them with balancing themselves in trees. So they're, like I said, they're basically... Maybe we should try this instead of calling him cute. The handsome lad. Yes. You like insectoids? Boy, do I have a game for you. Bold of you to assume it's probably not something I've already played. But let's see. What game is it? I'm very curious. But yeah, the Skarma are very, very pretty. They're striped. I found... Well, I didn't find it. I'm actually extrapolating on it because this comes from a game that I thought was going to be really fucking cool, and it didn't even come out, and it made me very sad. But who knows about Blasco's lines? Which I know sounds fucking weird, but Blasco's lines is actually the internal and like patterns that human bodies have because of cell generation. We all have stripes. Humans have stripes. However, we cannot see it on our conceivable level because our eyes are not fitted for that. But our cats can. Our cats have the eyes to be able to see our stripes. They can see our Blashko's lines, which is real fucking cool to think about. But I took that idea and I ran with it. Then the Skarma, their stripes. Yeah, you can see stripy people, can you? Can you see our stripes, cat? But yeah, we have stripes. We have things called Blashko's lines. Let me grab this real quick. Blashko lines. And they look real fucking weird. And some people actually have their lines show. Like this, for example. This is an example of a human's Blashko lines showing up on their bodies. We literally have stripes. It's so fucking cool. Is there a way to actually see the lines? I'm sure we can using certain light. And like I said, some people are born with their lines naturally showing because of how we grow. But God, it's so cool. We literally have stripes. Here's another example for you guys. But yeah, everyone has these. It's just a matter of whether or not we can see these patterns. And like I said, our cats can see these patterns on us. They can, for some reason, their eyes are able to take in these lines. And I wanted to use that. So the Skarma have these stripes, these really pretty, intricate design patterns on their skin. Not necessarily on their fur, because they don't have fur, not anymore. But they're basically like tigers that evolved to be elves, and it's just... humans are so fucking cool. Listen, the human body is fucking crazy. We have so many things that we could end up with. Like, humans could grow horns. Because it's happened. Humans have grown horns before. We have stripes. We can have scales. As weird as that sounds, humans have had scales before. It's so fucking cool. Biology's amazing. But enough about that gushing. Yes, we have elf tigers. Yes, they're kind of like elf tigers. They're like tree elf tigers. Yes, there are people who have been born with skin that acts a lot like scales. It's fucking cool. I'm not gonna look into it, and I'm not gonna show you pictures because it can be a little gross. Oh, of course, Sarax. Please have a good sleep and please rest your brain. I know you're not feeling too good right now. Species and cultures are more or less a bunch of small presets, but yeah. Oh, Stellaris. The best way I can describe it is of Civilization games. I've heard of that game, actually. You can create your own species with its own kind of culture and such, not to mention you can commit literal war crimes. So apparently UV light. Yeah, I think UV light could do it, but I don't know how that would work. But yes, I've heard of Stellaris. I've thought about playing it. I might one day, but I don't know. Yes. So lizard people are real? They can be. Like I said, only look into it if you have a strong stomach, because some of the images of people that have like scale-like flake skin, it can be a bit harsh, because some of these are considered conditions, not like an evolutionary thing, because they're conditions. They're not the default human body. Same thing, like I said, with horns. There's been humans who have literally grown horns. Hello, Pixelate Faye! Welcome in! How are you? War crimes on a gigantic scale? No, don't commit war crimes, Lobo. But, yeah, there was this lady, this old woman, who grew horns. I'm not sure why it started, but for more than likely it is because she probably had cancer. Now, hear me out. Why would that have to do with anything? So, do you I don't know if you guys know where horns actually come from an evolutionary standpoint. While yes, there are benefits to having horns on the top of your head, like let's say you're a deer, you know, you can fight, you can protect yourself because you're an herbivore, or you're an herbivore and a prey animal. However, where did the horns actually come from, and why did they start evolutionary wise? It's because of cancer cells. The body figured out a way a long time ago for a lot of ungulates how to get rid of cancer cells by pushing them as a hard bony protein on the top of the forehead. Chick literally became an Oni. Yeah! It's really cool. If you look her up, if you look up woman with horns, I believe she's in like China or something. She got horns. It's fucking dope. And it's so fucking cool. But yeah, horns are basically a product of cancer cells that got turned into an evolutionary advantage. And deer are thriving off of it. So that's where horns come from. Which is why I find it really fascinating that she was able to have them. Anyway, that was a tangent. Humans are nuts. But anyway, the final race we're going to talk about real quickly. I know, it's so cool. If you look into it, go look into it. It's fucking great. But the final race I'm going to cover, because that's the last one, are called Brightlings. I don't have like a specific word for them right now. It's just what humans have been calling them. But the Brightlings for my D&D campaign are a kind of like shimmering, holographic looking beings. Their skin is usually like a pearlescent or an opal look. Because the way I want them to look is their skin is almost like a silky, feathery sheen, or like a scaly sheen, but the scales are really, really soft. Think kind of like snake skin, but even softer than that. Because I don't know if you guys have touched a snake. Snakes are very soft, weirdly enough. Whenever you think of snakes, you think like, oh, clammy scales or whatever. Snakes are actually very soft babies. I love that they're like silky, silky touch. They're very pretty. But these guys kind of have that going on. Brightlings are adorable. I love them. They are very... touch snake. Yeah, touch snake. Snake's cute. Yes, snakes have very smooth scales. So these guys kind of have that, where their skin is kind of like an iridescent, very smooth snake scales, a bit. And they always have very bright pastel skin colors, and they always have very hot, bright hair colors, like pinks, reds, oranges, yellows. It never strays too far from those colors, and it never really gets that dark either, because they're very brightly lit. And these guys are winged. They have wings, but not just any wings. They have kind of like bug wings, at least in terms of the design, but they still have, I guess, bird-shaped wings. And the best way I can describe them, and the only picture I've ever found that can help with the wings, it was called, I think it's a Magic the Gathering card. Let me go find it. This is how I picture their wings. I can't... Fuck, what is this? What is this card called? Whatever. I don't know what the card is called specifically, but it's very pretty. I can imagine Brightlings with a keeled scale texture that sparkles like diamonds. That could be a tangent for a separate stream or something. Yeah! Something like that. They are... I just really like the babies. Oh, that is the wrong button. I'm trying to figure out how to open up this wallpaper. Because I don't want to, I don't want to promote this website, but this is how I picture their wings. It's like feathers, but it's like a pretty stained glass look. A la bug. And they can fly with them. The way they're able to fly with them... Oh, it's straight up just called glass wings. Okay. But, the way they can fly with them is the way most bugs can fly. It has to do with levitation more than actual, like, bird flight. Thank you for the lurk, Pixel.
And wow, no, you're amazing. Wow. Eek.
And yeah, it's very pretty. But, they can fly with these beautiful things. And that's what the Brightlings are for me. Now, they are hermaphroditic, however, which means they don't really have male or female. They're all the same thing. So it makes finding a partner real easy. At least when you need to propagate. And they also kind of lay eggs, even though they could be considered mammalian. They're a mishmash of crazy. So, taking all of this into consideration and all the different designs that these races have, how the fuck do we go about hybridizing these guys? So there's 3 ways we could hybridize our fantasy races. Now, let's say you guys have come up with, you know, your own handful of fantasy races. Maybe you're wanting to figure out how you can make half-breeds. I have this system in place that I've been working with for a bit. Let me pull it up real quick because it's on my website. My website for my D&D campaign specifically. The website isn't available for people to randomly hop on, sadly. However, it is always there for me when I need it. So let me boot it up real quick. Maybe the eggs hatch internally and the Brightling gives birth to live young, kind of like how boas have offspring? Possibly. I also know that, this is going to sound gross, but I also know that they all have, not cloaca, but none of them have any, they don't have outies, they have innies. As, to quote myself from some silly shit I said earlier. So, I don't know how to say this without being weird. That sounds odd. Yeah, they basically just scissor. That sounds awful. But, their physiological makeup lets them be able to do that. I mean, birds do that. Most birds do not have penises. Most birds have cloaca. Even males. Males have a cloaca. Now, that word sounds gross, at least to me, but it's just a hole in which sperm can escape. Aquatic elves, like fish people, but could be. Maybe. I don't know why. I've never really delved into fish. It's hard for me to make aquatic races. I don't know why. The Zoodroki are the closest I'm gonna get to. If you guys want to design sea elves, go for it. Find your references and start creating. Tritons exist, that is true, Tritons exist, but aquatic elves also just straight up exist. Not to mention, water Gasani exist. There's a lot of water stuff happening in Dungeons & Dragons, but hello, Colin! How you doing? Now, I'm looking for my hybrid stuff. Here it is. Okay. Yes, the handsome lad. Ow. Cute. Oh, hell yeah, you just got ice cream? I hope it's delicious. Ice cream's always yummy. Alright, so now that I have my hybrid stuff pulled up, we can cover it, and I can show you guys how I do this. Because like I said, what if you want to make a hybrid race, and you don't want to just have a half-elf or a half-orc? Because, let's be honest, Chief, a lot of other half-hybrids can happen. Because what happens if an elf and an orc had a baby, or a dwarf and a a goblin. Like, how do you deal with that? So, this is how I deal with it. I either look at high compatibility, low compatibility, or no compatibility. So, high compatibility, that is when two races come together and they're able to have kids, no problem. Those kids can have kids, so on and so forth. So, so we can cover something called high compatibility. Boop. There we go. And the way you do this, staring at Disenchanted. Ah. Dragons and humans be like. Alright, so, let's say an elf and a dwarf get together. Or, in my case, alb and dwerg. But we're gonna use the understood terms first. We're not going in that yet. We're going into just this first. So, let's say here's our elf. Here's our elf parent. And here's my dwarf parent. So, for high compatibility, whenever I'm rolling for how their family works, I look at them in terms of, like, this. This is how I make the markings. So for high compatibility, if an elf and a dwarf were to get together and have babies, they will make a hybrid every time. You're already going further than I would. Wow. So just like how chromosomes work, I do 2 letters per race, and I'm like, okay, let's say elves have EE, let's say dwarves have DD. So if an elf and a dwarf got together, you would pick 1 letter from the elf and 1 letter from the dwarf. So you would get a D and an E. And this is what I've been calling the dwelf, just for the sake of saying. So dwelfs, an elf and a dwarf will always make a hybrid. They will always make a hybrid. However, dwelfs can make a variety of things depending on what they're with. If a dwelf decides to get with another dwelf, you can start selecting what they end up making. So a dwelf could end up making a dwarf with the 2 Ds, like so. They could end up making an elf because they have 2 Es that could come together. And they could have another dwelf because they could give off a D or an E together. And these all have equal chances to happen. Do these dwelf women have beards? I guess it would depend. Not to mention, dwarvish women, in my world at least, fertile females do not have beards. Infertile females do. So it just depends on how the genetics would line up. Ah, water. I need some water. Got a Kotex ad. Oh, nar. Oh, nar. But yeah, that's how I work with my hybrids. High compatibility hybrids are hybrids that work like this, where 2 races can come together, always make a hybrid, but the hybrids can also have children, and they can end up making 1 of 3. They can end up making a parent race or a race hybrid that what they are. And then, of course, they can come together with a dwarf dragon hybrid, please. That would actually go to my next spot. So let's say a dwarf and a Zahima got together. Welcome, Fangy. Hey, Cecil! Don't claw the door. You have a cat door. Leave through the cat door, you silly thing. Oh my gosh, my cat. He's so silly. Alright, let's look for my dwerg. Where are you guys? Dwerg. Oh, Darren's! Darren's are really good. Cecil, play with him. Nar, he's being a brat right now.
Hi, Gaby.
Aww. He clawed at the door. Short stacking, ye dragon folks. Yeah, I don't have Dragonborn on my world. Dragons don't well, dragons exist, but it'll explain itself. Cecil's pure, though. Is he, though?
Cecil, are you pure?
I don't know where he went. He disappeared. All cats are brats. True. All cats are little brats. They're sweet little brats, but they're brats nonetheless. But, yeah, let's say an elf and a Darren get together.
He disappeared.
And this is something that I will call low compatibility. Now, while elves and dwarves have very similar, at least as similar as they're going to be, genetics without anything being super crazy, they both have a pair of arms, a pair of legs, ears, nose. Yes, dwarves have tails, but elves could also have tails as well. Because humans used to have tails. We sometimes end up with tails. When we're born, actually. And in my world, elves used to have tails, so this is a genetic, backdressing that still lines them up with dwarves. However, with low compatibility, let's say an elf and a Darren get together, and they have a baby. Darren are completely, well, not completely different, but they're very different from elves. Unlike the dwarves, where they match a lot of their genetics together, the Darren have horns, they have goat ears, they have a very despairing, dimorphism. Men are huge, men are little, while the women are huge. Hi, Pax! Welcome in! We are discussing Worldbuilding Wednesday, and specifically, we're going over race hybrids and how I usually approach it. And I don't know if Usagi's here. Why? What are you gonna do, huh? Stare. But yeah, low compatibility. This is how I handle this. If the races are incompatible with each other, I do a letter and then I do a 0. So let's say the Darrens are an R, because we already have a D up here. And then a 0. So this is what happens when two low compatible races get together. Half the time you are going to get a hybrid, and another half the time you're going to get nothing. So let's say an elf and a Darren get together. Sometimes they will get this, an E, and an R together, and they will have an elf-Darren hybrid. I'm gonna call it a Dare Elf, because I feel like it. So let's say that's the hybrid to that. However, they also have these two circles. They also have these. So if they end up with an E and a 0, like let's say the elf gives the E and the Darren gives the O. This is just genetic lineup, by the way. This is all metaphors, I guess, or a good way to explain how I handle the genetics. If there's a 0 in this equation here, the kid is not born. It's not compatible. They need to give up. They need to have the stars align, pretty much. So they have 1/3 a chance to have a Dare Elf. And that's because of the stats they have here. Or is it 1/4 a chance? Let's see. Chance of giving this and this. a chance of giving this and this, or this and this. Yes, it's 1/4. Low compatibility means 1/4 a chance of a child. And the child will always be a hybrid and will always be sterile. So that means these guys with low compatibility cannot have this. Because these guys can't have babies. Dwelfs can, because they are high compatibility. Low compatibility, no. So that's what that all means. And that's why for zeros, I put zeros there instead. Ugh. So, with that out of the way, there's also something just straight up called no compatibility. They boned their heart's delight and they just don't have a kid together. Let's say an elf. Let's look at my chart here. An elf and a Ketel for some reason. Let's say no compatibility. Let's say an elf and a Ketel have baby, or they try and they're together, they're in love, they start doing stuff. They are never going to have a kid because their genetics are so whack. Their genetics are way too different. Their physiological body and makeup are way too different. They wouldn't be able to do it. And I can actually show off the chart that I've made for this system. Let me grab my website here. These are my races. As you can see, I have a huge chart to show off how each one lines up with each other. Green means that it's high compatibility. As you can see, they are high compatible with themselves. Man and albs are good. Man and dwerg are good. Man and Darren are good. But Man and Shayani can't have children, and that is because of the physiological makeup that gives Shayani 2 pairs of arms. Humans can never have 2 pairs of arms, and as such, they can't really breed with Shayani. They can, however, with the Trakovish. They can't with the Brightlings. Once again, the Brightlings have a second pair of, not arms, but they do have a 3rd pair of limbs, which are their wings. Humans cannot have a 3rd pair of limbs, so they can't breed with Brightlings at all. They can with Skarma, because Skarma are just feral elves, and if they can breed with elves, they can breed with Skarma. Same thing with Gobal. The Gobal are fine. They pretty much share the same body structure as humans. Same thing with the Krumdal. However, the Ketel, once again, they have a 2nd pair of arms, and some of them have wings too. They can't breed with that. They can't breed with insects. And they can't breed with the elephant people either because they're elephant people. They have trunks. How odd would Earth be if we did have 4 arms? Earth would be fucking crazy. Hello, arms. Oh, you're here. Hello, Perry, and welcome in. We're discussing we're discussing racial hybrids today. Because I'm sick of just having half-elves and half-orcs. There's a lot more races that exist that could breed together. But finally, man cannot breed with the Zoodroki because they're little frogs. It would be wonky for them. And their genetics just don't match up. You had your kitty cuddle you last night? That's so cute. Our kitty cuddles us too and is so sweet. He's so cute. Now, when you guys are making your own races and you want to have, let's say you want to have high compatibility no matter what, go for it. If you want to have every single race be able to have kids together, no one is here to stop you. Enjoy your life, have your races bang vehemently, and have all of the crazy hybrid kids. If your human bard goes to town on a bunch of races, including a dragonborn, and they end up having a hybrid kid with the dragonborn, that is up to you. That is between you and God. Your God being your DM. That is all up to the story and to you. However, if you do want to follow this high-low, no compatibility system, go for it as well. Or maybe you want them all to be low compatibility. It's up to you. Just know that this is how I typically do it. High compatibility makes hybrids, and hybrids can make more hybrids or pure versions of themselves. Yeah, make all the abominations you want, exactly. But low compatibility will always make hybrids that are sterile, much like the horse and the donkey making a mule. Mules will never be able to have babies because they're sterile. Now, what's the optimal combination for stats, though? I don't know. That's something you'd have to figure out. But yeah, this is a hybrid system that I came up with for my D&D campaign. Barn just up their regular shenanigans, exactly. Being their regular rock star selves. Thank you for the sippy. How'd you know I was craving water, huh? Ah. The only non-compatible species you have are demons and earth people. Oh, you heard it. No, you didn't. I'm not slick. Listen, when I'm thirsty, I take drink. I sneak a little drink. Teehee. It's hot today, okay? It's 97. Wet. The only non-compatible species I heard are people and me. Oh, nar, Fangy. Nar. That's sad. Being able to fly is probably worth a bunch of stats, though. Yeah, probably. That's why the Brightlings don't have shit for themselves. The Brightlings can fly, and as such, that's all they can do. Let me go look at their stats real quick. Toasty bat, yeah, but toasty little bat. Let's see, my my Brightlings. They have Charisma stat, they age up to 700 years old, Jesus Christ. Opaline Flight, they fly to a speed of 30 feet, up to 30 feet vertically, but to get to it, they must not wear medium or heavy armor. Take no damage from falling if conscious and not hindered. Basically, they can just drop. Bug Friends, I'll cover those in a minute. And then they have Quartz Skin, which means they get a natural AC of 12 plus con mod when not wearing armor. So they're pretty good for monks, like flying monks, I guess. If monks were a thing. Now, for my that's all they have. They just fly. But the thing is, flying is so OP. That's all the traits or the feats that I've given them, because fuck that. If they got any more, they'd be strong as hell. Now, for the bugs, they also just get flying. They can fly, or they can fall up to 30 feet without taking damage, and can't wear heavy armor in order to do it. They can wear have medium armor, though. And then they have something called pheromonal communication. They can leave messages with pheromones to talk to others who can sense them. Because that's what bugs tend to do. The Ketel are very lovely. What about 31? What about 31? Oh, 31 feet. No, only 30 feet. To be fair, that 30 feet rule is more for combat than, like, out of combat roleplay. And 30 feet is a pretty good number or indicator before they start getting tired, if that makes sense. 30 feet is about how far they can fly before they start going, okay, I'm getting a little exhausted here. I gotta rest. Step 1, ask them what they would do with 2 feet. Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna start covering hybrids here. Because I want to start drawing hybrids. They pick Polar Master and Sentinel, get the gun! No! Alrighty. So, the way my world is gonna work, and the reason I want to cover hybrids so bad is because, in my world, elves are actually struggling right now. to read to you guys the excerpt for the elves. Let me go do that. Albs, a rare and gentle race. The Albs are beginning to dwindle as a species since their acclimation with other races. They've been half-bred almost to endangerment, though some families with Alban bloodlines have started to see an upsurge of pure Albs being born to their house, becoming a symbol of good luck to the lineage. Basically, elves are on their way out in this world. They're trying so fucking hard to come back, because Albs are losing themselves. So, half-elves are very, very common, at least in this world. So you'll see half-elves everywhere. Especially between humans, because they've mingled with them the most. If they pick Prodigy, trust them with your life, no bias. I'm starting to think there's bias. Humans ornery for those ears. To be fair, humans can also be titillating for some elves. I'm just saying. It's not a one-way street. I'm sure there's been elves that are like, okay, hold up, that human thick though, and then went for them. So how do I approach high compatibility hybrids when I'm drawing them? Elves thirsty for our mediocrity. Alright, let me find my humans, because I do have humans. There they are. Hello, humans. So I have my humans right here. These are female, male, and then you-male, specifically. These guys are the rock the rock ethnicity. They're it's hard to explain. They're kind of like Ethiopids, which is what the ethnicity for us is called. The Ethiopid ethnicity, which is kind of like having a Caucasoid skull shape with a darker skin tone, usually found in the Horn of Africa. I probably just said a lot of shit that you guys didn't understand, I'm so sorry. But basically, darker skin, but with slightly quote-unquote Caucasian facial features, if that makes any sense at all. Think like Indian people, kind of. Or like I said, Ethiopian people. I know what Caucasoid skull shape is, definitely no need to test me. Basically, our skulls come in 3 most common shapes, although there is differentiation between the 3. There is the Caucasoid skull, the Mongolic skull, and then the Congoid skull, or the Congozoid skull. And, if we look at these 3 different skull shapes, one has a larger jaw, and then the nose, or the head, is a bit more wide, with the back of the head coming this way. How are you so smart? I'm not. I really like genetics, and I don't come up with, but I watch a lot of useless shit, I promise. Did I spell Caucasoid right? It is Caucasoid. Caucasoid skull. Here, why am I drawing it? I could just Google this for you. I could just look this up for you guys. I'm not using the racist stereotype ones. That's fucked. Where are they? Here they are. So, like I said, there are they're called capoids and congoids. That's it. So, there's more than I've actually covered. Cocky squid. I thought I had no L. Caucasoid. Yeah, it's like a Caucasus, or a quote-unquote Caucasian, which is not really what you think it is. When you hear the word Caucasian, I'm sure you picture white people. Caucasian is actually a term for people from the Caucasus Mountains. And while they also share the skull shape, they don't necessarily share the cultures of, like, Nordic and Swedish and Icelandic peoples and Russian peoples. They're darker. Think like kind of like Armenians or Georgians. But yeah, these are our three most common head shapes: the Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and the Congoid. And then apparently they've added a couple more since then, called the Capoid and the Australoid. So these are the now 5 different skull shapes. And as you can see, this skull is a lot more rectangular in shape horizontally, while the Caucasoid skull is a lot more rectangular vertically. And you can tell which one is which because typically Caucasoid skull-shaped noses and skull shapes in general. Oh, wrong layer type. Caucasoid noses typically have this very vertical look to them, like that. That's what the skull nose is going to look like. But if it is a Congoid or Australoid, it's going to be a lot more squat, like this. It's actually why white people versus black people have such differing nostril shapes, because of the skull shape. Our nostril cavity is wider for Congoloid skulls, so people with that head shape will have wider nostrils. I don't know the evolutionary reason for that. Maybe it has to do with people in the cold area need smaller noses to keep to keep more warm air in their body, I guess. I don't know. That's the best way I can think of. And if you're in the hotter, more temporally hot regions, maybe you need to breathe more. Or maybe you need to expel a lot more hot, heated air from your body. I don't know. I don't know the evolutionary reason why it's like that. I just know that's how our skulls are shaped. So when you guys hear me say that, does there even need to be an evolutionary reason, though? I don't know. Like I said, I am not sure. There could be, there couldn't be. Check VC chat.
Huh?
What's happening in VC chat? Peek. I'm a peek. Benui syndrome. My ADHD brain trying to process all of this with smart juice. Nar! It's not smart juice. I'm just a nerd that studies silly shit too much. I'm just silly. Meh. I just like studying stuff. Also, I don't remember why I went on this tangent. We were talking about elvish ethnicity. Oh, right. I was explaining why these guys look this way. But yeah, they're Ethiopic looking in nature. If anybody recognizes the T-Rex picture, lavate las manos, Rex. I don't recognize it. I'm so sorry. I apologize, I am uncultured. I'm too busy studying. I'm too busy studying skull types. I'm sorry. But yeah, these are our wash your hands. Oh, wash your hands. Got it. Is it that meme? Possibly. Oh, wash your hands. But yes, that is what these guys are the ethnicity of. Whoa! Hello, Zam. Welcome in. Hebe, if you're here, let's give Zam a little shout out. Let's look at the cute slimy. Cute little slime baby. Slimy raid! Yeah! No puedo lavarme las manos! I didn't have Spanish posting. That's fair. No
Drop
more
pod.
Spanish.
Come to me, drop pod.
I'm all sticky with the goo.
Stop getting sticky with the goo.
Sticky.
Yeah, please, I don't want to be sticky.
Sticky is bad for you.
There's the drop pod.
These drills overheat too easily. Oh,
What
well
game
there's
is
Zam's
that?
drill path.
Am I crazy? Looks fun.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
No sticky. Yes, sticky. But how was Legends of Runeterra, by the way? And welcome in for those of you who do not know me. Hi, I am Desmond Dracula. I am a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today we are world building on Wednesdays, my dudes. We're talking about racial hybrids. How to combine two fantasy races together to make a perfect little abomination. Deep Rock Galactic. Got it. Very fun game. I'm glad. It looks fun. And DRG, Dwarves Mining in Space, was updated today, so it was nice. New cards and all. Oh, nice. I have yet to play Legends of Runeterra. As someone who likes... okay, like is a subjective term. As someone who is, cripplingly addicted to League, I wouldn't recommend it for anyone. I don't know why I haven't played Legends of Runeterra yet. But maybe it's because it's a card game. Like, I like card games, but I don't know. But I'm glad you're having fun. I heard fantasy racists. No, not fantasy racists. Races. I mean, I'm sure there's fantasy racists too. A lot of people like to market elves as racist. But, no. No, hybrid races. What would a human and an elf look like? Which is an easy answer. Easy answer to that question. We already know what they look like. We've seen them in D&D plenty of times. Half-elves are easy to come by. Oh my god, Pyrian. That is a lot of hours. What would a human and a racist look like? Well, let's see. They'd be wearing a red hat. Anyway. We're not getting into that today. But yeah, we've seen half human, half elves for thousands of years at this point because of D&D. And we've seen half-elves. And it really makes me mad, because I want to see races that are hybrids that aren't just with humans. I have a friend with over 2,000 hours! He needs help, bro. We need to set this poor boy up for an intervention. Them's rookie numbers, you need to pump those up? Oh no. Oh, I forgot about my dwarves. I forgot about these guys. Look at them. We remember these guys. But I want to try and start combining some of these guys together. Because, like, look at the ethnic craziness of my dwarves. How is that gonna work together? It's gonna be really fun to explore. Let's see. I can't find my other dwarves. Oh, there they are. Okay. Let me scoot this down. What's this? Oh, that's the, dwarven outfits. Look at these chumby cuties! Alright, so yeah, like, picture these cute little mousy dwerg hitting it off with an elf. An elf, a dwerg hybrid, or an alb dwerg hybrid would look really interesting. So let's... First of all, I don't have elves on my thing. Uh-oh. I could just do humans. But that's... No, I guess it's not boring. Are there half-dwarves in D&D? I don't think so. Because, sadly, D&D doesn't cover that much. It only covers half-elves and half-orcs. I mean, if it's covered them in later things, maybe, but... Yeah, we're gonna see what half-dwarves would look like, especially with these guys. They would be absolutely adorable babies. I think there might be. I think. Possibly. Oh, you posted another thing. Let's go sneaky peeky in. How do I close Minecraft to help this poor motherfucker? Do they not know how to, like, turn off? Wait. 10,500 days. That is... How many years is that? Hold on. I'm gonna calculate this. $10,592 divided by 365. No, it says that it's been open for 29 years. Good lord. That's still funny though. Ugh, good lord. Alrighty. So now that I'm thinking about it, we know what the standard dwarf in D&D looks like. You know, like stocky, bearded, human dudes with like just a broader build with big beards. I feel like that's basically what a hybrid of a human and these dwarves would look like. Not necessarily these guys. Maybe these guys. Because I can't really see any other way of it working.
Oh, the dragonkin.
Not the dragonkin.
The moon demons. The babies.
I'm trying to figure out my layers here. I'm lost. Had cookies and cream ice cream, and I can't believe how I forgot how good it is. It is very good. They are not half dwarves. Damn it. Why? You think that'd be easy? Well, time to come up with some half dwarves. Especially considering the dwarves that I've designed is a lot different than standard dwarf. So that means there are going to be some humans that come out with tails. Which sounds a little creepy, I guess, but it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, the way I picture it, it would just be like a more ashen-looking human with shorter, stockier builds, and probably able to have a lot more hair. But what if we put them with, like I said, dwarves like this? Or maybe even this. I want to kind of cover that. It'd be looking crazy, I ain't gonna lie. They would look really fucking weird. Or better yet, an elf mixing with these guys. So let me find my symmetry tool. Where's my symmetry tool? Hello? Oh, it's way over there. Get over here. We're here to draw. Alright, so let's say a rock man or a rock woman and a dwergish man fall in love and end up having a babu. They can, because it's high compatibility, and that child can have its own children, so there's no sterility, I guess is the word, going on with these guys.
Koishi! You haven't eaten!
Koishi! Koishi, get food. Please. Please make sure you're eating. I don't need you guys to go hungry. Wah. Please. Alright, I have pulled up some images because I always like having references on hand. Ugh. Redeem snack! Everyone gets snack! Fangy has redeemed it. I have chips. I'm gonna open the little bag. Eh. I have done it. I have opened a tiny bag. It's Freebos! It's not Cheebos today, it's Freebos. Ow. Hey, corn chips. Why do I like corn so much? I realized I eat a lot of corn products. Surprised I'm even awake without a headache. Oh, did you not sleep well last night? Because, that makes me sad. But I can't not rightly blame you. I didn't sleep super well last night either, and that's not because I had insomnia. That's just because I'm dumb and went to bed super late like an idiot this time. I didn't realize how late it was because I was up playing fun games last night. And by the time I looked at the clock, I went, oh, I gotta go to bed. Did a drinking game last night? Oh, jeez. Yeah, corn is good for you. Corn's yummy. I like corn-based products. Also, I'm pulling up some hybrids. Like different race-looking beings. Because I googled half-dwarf and I wanted to see what it would come up with. There we go. Okay, so we should have enough. Oh, that is pretty. I'm gonna grab that too. Oh! Who here has seen the Hobbit movies? Wasn't drunk, but definitely tipsy. Understood.
Fangy!
Dork. But for those of you who are new, hello, Fangy. I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuilding on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Yeah, Lord of the Rings, bruh, I love me some Lord of the Rings. But, specifically The Hobbit, the prequel movies. For those of you who have seen it, I'm sure you know the dude Keely, or was it Feely? Oh fuck, I don't remember which one is which.
I don't remember which one is which.
It's Keely. Well, I guess it could be either of them. Keely, Feely, and Thorin. They all kind of look like how I would picture my dwarf hybrids to look. Because my dwerg are so fucking weird looking. And in order to get a hybrid of a dwarf, or at least a cave dwarf, I watched the 3 Lord of the Rings extended movies and the extended Hobbit movies. Hell fucking yeah. Man of culture. I fucking love you. I love Lord of the Rings. I could watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy casually. And it's funny because Peter Jackson was like, oh yeah, there's more. There's more material that I cut out. If I made a full movie on everything that we cut out, it would be like a week long, and I'm like, give it to me. Peter, hear me. Give it to me. Also, I'm scared about the Amazon and what they're making. I'm probably not gonna watch Rings of Power. I don't know why. I don't trust Amazon. So I'm not gonna look at it. Not unless it is exceptional, and I've heard that it's exceptional from a reputable source. Until then, I ain't touching it. Cause I don't trust it. But back on topic. I'm gonna try and make a hybrid of these two to just kind of show how I go about it. Step 1, invite people over for a baby shower. Step 2, no baby. Step 3, lock the doors. They must not escape. Step 4, put on Lord of the Rings Extended. Jesus Christ. To be fair, if people wanted to watch it, I could have a watch party on Discord one day. I've wanted to for a while, but I had no idea how to go about it.
Chibi! Why are you yelling at me?
Hi, handsome boy. Be a good boy. My cat is so cute. Do it. I will. One day, I will. Alright, so I need to turn down the opacity for these guys so I can actually see what I'm doing here. There we go. And I'm going to go over these people, like so. So she has a head shape similar to her, because we're going to hybridize these in a way, and I'll show you how I do that. Her eyes are going to be a little bigger, because I'm actually going to shrink her head. And because she's human, I'll give her slightly pointed ears, but not crazy. So something like this. Because these guys have huge ears. Maybe a tiny bit of fur, but nothing crazy. And then here's where the mouth is, and this is where the nose is going to go. And here's our eyebrows. And then we're going to shrink the head. Not by too much, just enough. I'm gonna make sure the head is... it's not bigger. Shit. Here, I have an idea. Let's bring it down here first. And make sure the head isn't as big as... or as small as these guys. But still smaller than these guys. Because I'm going to equal out their looks. How the fuck do I do the heart emote? What heart emote? Oh, yeah, just the heart.
Ah, Blippi, you're cute!
Also, I can't play with Kibby. He's not here. He just drive-by meowed at me and left.
Yes, it's a Blippi, a lovely little bot. Mwah.
We love Blippi in this house. What? I heard a Kibby. He meowed and then he left. He like meows at me and then runs away. I don't get it. I don't know what he's playing right now. Work is gonna kill you tonight. I only have 5 hours being the only cashier. Oh jeez. Please take care of yourself. I know it's gonna be some awful work, but I believe in you. And I am very sorry you have to deal with that.
Hi, baby.
What?
What you mowing at? Do you want to play?
Are you bored? You gotta bring me a toy. I'll play with you. Let me grab something for him. Since you guys want me to play with him. Yes, play! See, Fangy wants me to play with the cat. And then we will continue on the races.
Little lad. Are you a little lad?
You got smooched on the head. Alright, I'm gonna play with him.
Your time. Yeah?
Go get it! That'll keep him busy for a bit. Anyway. I'm gonna continue...
I threw it!
Cecil! It's on the bed! You silly dork. He's so upset with me. Oh, thank you for the stretchy and the sippy Perion. Oh, that actually felt really nice. Uh-oh. I am now officially out of water. But don't worry, next sippy, I will be able to pour some water into it because I have a bottle. I always bring a bottle now because I know I'm going to end up running out at some point. Alrighty. So let's get this lady her body. I'm going to copy the human body at first. Hi, Kibi. You got Pyrian to blush yesterday. Hey, yo. He can tell you if he's comfy with it. Of course. I won't pry. Oh. Why did that happen? Also, I'm going to make this lady's shoulders just a bit smaller than the standard. Also, her chest just a bit smaller than standard. Oh! Ding. Oh, a parting shot. Of course, Blippi! May you borrow me after stream? Of course, Pyrian. You're allowed to grab me by the neck and pull me in and be like, we're hanging out now. Let's get that pet, though. Aw. Mwah. Thank you for dropping in again, Blippi. I want the ear. I want the ear pet. Ear pet. How do I do this? There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Ear pet. Yay! Ear pet. That's the most bottom sense. Shh. Don't judge me. It's not like I meant it that way. I was... Get your mind out the gutter. Oh. The only thing I can think of as being more bottom than that would be a verbal key smash, which you also did. Oh, hi, Cecil. Cecil looked at me like, why are you making weird, stupid noises, Dad? And I'm like, I'm being called the bottom. What do you mean? Alright, I'm gonna scoot this up. I'm gonna give this lady some hippage. Once again, I am bringing everything up just a bit compared to the human body. I might keep the arm length though, but I don't know. And I'm going to bring her down to about here. We're gonna check the difference here. And I do want to make the body a little smaller, because I want the this specific hybrid to reach 4'6" at most. Water boy! Oh, let me get more water. I do have a water bottle though. A water bottle. And I can pour it in my cup, which still has ice in it. Who wants to hear some water ASMR? Here, let me. A bottle of water. Water bottle. Yes, I have a water bottle. I fill it up with water too, by the way. For some reason, I don't know why I've probably been implicating that I have like 1,000 water bottles that I just buy and use and then toss. I have one water bottle that I fill every day with my, hello Kibi, with my initial bottle, or my cup of water. Desmond ASMR, why yes please. I'm not good at ASMR. Hi Kibi. And I don't know what the ASMR would be like. Or be about. There we go. Sippy time. Hi Kibi. You're very cute. He walked by me, so I smooched him. You've been sleepy all day. Gonna nap for a bit. Music here is too extreme. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the music's extreme. It's Ramu music. It's crazy. Alright, I'm gonna bump these back up here so that I can make sure everything's good. And we're going to draw this lady... Oops. We're gonna draw this lady's legs. Here's her knees. I'm gonna make the knees a little squat. I'm also gonna turn this off temporarily so I can see what I'm doing. Because I want the legs to be wider. Because I want them to be, like I said, I want them to be a little squat here. There we go. I reuse Pure Leaf sweet tea bottles for my water. Oh, because I can toss them in the dishwasher and clean them out easily. Oh, that's interesting. Is the bottle that resilient? Also, I haven't had sweet tea in a long time. Oh, those bottles do look really good. Those bottles look really cool. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I always love recycling stuff like that. Like, if we have bottles, I will use them that way. Alright, so I'm going to scoot these in. Ow! Alright, where's the button? Hello? Oh, I'm on... It's because I have... It's because I'm on multiple layers, I think. There it is. Alright, I'm gonna shrink her legs just a bit. Like so. And then we're gonna get her arms. And I'm gonna give her slight claws because she is a half-dwarf. And the dwerg do have claws. I'm gonna make her hands just a little bigger. There we go, something like that. And I want to keep the arm's length a little bit. I want their body proportions to be a little awkward, because they are hybrids. I'm also going to shrink the body just a bit. I think I made the legs a little too short, actually. They look a little too squat. Let's fix that. There we go. That looks better. So let's combine these and see what they look like with both of them turned on. So I'm gonna put her on the floor with her racial homies, I guess is the word. And this is a pretty close rendition of how I would do it. The eyes need to be a little smaller. There we go. But this is pretty close to how I would hybridize them. Oh, she does need a tail, though. I will give her the tail. Now, because the dwerg have really bushy, big tails, I think these guys, since they are part human, they will still have tails because, like I said, in this universe, humans actually did used to have tails. We have a very, very, like, not like ancient evolutionary history of at one point having a tail, as do the elves in this area, in this iteration. So how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna go look at a squirrel tail real quick without what the fur looks like. Because I don't know what a squirrel's tail looks like without fur. Oh my god, it's just a long, thin little tail. That's really cute. Hold up, that's really cute. They just look like really funny mice. Yes, we do! We do indeed have a tailbone. Squirrels without their fur just look so funny. But that means that, yeah, these humans are going to have a tail. So the tail starts at about here, above the thing, and I'll have the tail do this. Maybe not be that long. Maybe something like that. And it's going to be kind of furry. So something like this, maybe. And this is what my hybrid's gonna look like. Let's turn off the actual races real quick and look at the hybrid. I might make her a little smaller just because I feel like it. Just let me select her and then shrink her just a bit. There we go. Small. So that's how I hybridize. I take just a back and forth, I figure it out. I figure out what parts of the body that they're gonna keep and what parts of the body that they share. Which is why, like I said, humans and Zahima will not ever have kids. Because Zahima are elephants, and humans do not have trunks nor tusks. They can't really breed. But yeah, there's our hybrid. She is lovely. I'm out here trying to figure out where my my pages are. There we go. Now, how would I go about... Let's throw this all together now. Let's look at an underling and a human. Or an underling and a dwarf. That would be really cool. We already know what underlings look like, because you've seen me draw them. However, I have never hybridized them with something before. And it sounds like you wouldn't be able to, right? Because they're genetically so fucking weird. But weirdly enough, humans and everything can indeed breed with them. Because they still share quite a bit of DNA with humans. They have the two arms, 2 legs. They also don't have a tail. No, I'm gonna combine them with elves. Elves are really pretty. Let's combine them with elves. So I don't have either of them on this sheet specifically. But I do have a sheet for the Trakovish, the underlings. So we kind of already know what they look like, but I can pull up their design here in my Google Docs, just so you guys can see what they look like real quick. Here they are. For those of you who do not remember, these are what the underlings look like. They are these very pale white beings with black-looking markings that come across their body. Now, their eyes are extremely crazy and will probably not pass on to the hybrid because that would just be a genetic nightmare to figure out. Because their eyes are very unique. Their eyes have this strange luciferin phosphorescent cellular structure within it and lets them pretty much glow. And literally no other race has eyes that do that. However, when in doubt, that just means they just don't get those eyes when they hybridize. So let me combine them. Let's see what it looks like. So I know elves on average are about 6 feet tall. I think I'll draw elf sketches real quick. Let me do something real quick so I can make sure everything is kosher. I think I already have sketches for these guys. But I want to make sure parts of them aren't seen. Because remember, I draw my races... I draw my races with stuff that can be seen, if that makes sense. We see nothing. Sus. Yeah, I'm sussy. What do you want from me? I know I'm sus. So I'm just gonna make sure everything's kosher. Just don't worry about it. We're okay. We're good. We're not showing nipples. It's fine. We're not showing penors. It's fine. Listen, when you're a biology nerd like me, it's not sexual. It's purely because I just need it. Well, I don't need it there, but I just want it there because it's cool. Anyway, going back over here now. We're good. We're good. We're clear. We're in the clear. These are my albs. They're all roughly about 6 feet. They're all the same height, and they all pretty much look the same. In fact, it's extremely difficult for other races to tell what sex they are. No peeking in Desmond's files. No peeking. No peeking. I don't want the almighty gods to come and smite me for, God forbid, showing off a female presenting nipple. God forbid. Alright, there we go. Sorry, the song is just, it kicks absolute dick. I love this song. Alrighty, so now that I have the albs pulled up, you can see what they look like. They're, like I said, very homogenous when it comes to sexual dimorphism, and that has to do with their evolutionary design as well. Albs have this fun little trait where women can basically just induce, I don't want to use the word because it's a buzzword, but they can induce a miscarriage if they have to deal with a less than savory individual that in evolution caused forced penetration. They said, no, how about I don't? And then they just bloop, they push it out. They don't deal with impregnation from assholes, basically. Their body lets them induce forced removal. I don't know how to say it other than that. It's the A word, and right now it's a buzzword, so I don't know what's allowed to be said yet. But this evolutionary trait allowed them to basically have the same exact dimorphism, basically. They all have the exact same facial structure, body structure. The only difference is that females can produce milk when pregnant, and males have a penis. That's literally it. Their body structure, for the most part, is pretty much the same. They have the same bone density, muscle mass. It's all a fun little romp here. Now the Dracovish are a little bit different, where the females are just a bit bigger, and they put on a bit more fat content, just like human women. While with elves, they don't do that. They just can't put on weight normally. Their bodies are actually very frail and can't handle a whole lot of weight. So if they gain too much weight, whether that be fat or muscle, they actually start to collapse on their own bodies. In fact, that is how albs actually die, in my world at least. Albs don't naturally die because they've gotten old. Their bodies can't really get old. However, over time, as they get older, let's say, I believe it's like after about 100 years, they stop aging completely, and they stop growing completely, and they hit about 6 to 6'5". However, after about 250 to 300 years old, they start growing again, and they start getting taller. They only start getting taller. and their body can't handle that height because of the frailty of their inner organs and their bone structure. They start putting on so much mass because of their length. Their body's straining so much in the vertical length that they're going, it literally collapses on them, and that's how they pass on. So if they put on a whole lot of muscle or fat mass, it sucks for them. They can't handle more than like 150 pounds, which is why once they start getting to like 7 feet and 170 pounds because of their bone structure, it starts getting bad. Which is why probably they are struggling to stay alive. And it's also why they've hybridized a lot. It is terrible. It's terrible for their body structure. They've had a lot of evolutionary setbacks. But it's also nature's way of just keeping them in check. Because if they didn't do this, they would basically live forever. Because their telomeres do not fray in their DNA. Now that sounds fucking weird and stupid, I know. But that's one of the reasons why we think we age and die, is because as our cells generate new versions of themselves, we lose old cells, we flake off, we get old skin falls off, new skin appears. However, we have something on our DNA called telomeres, and telomeres are basically like a cap. Think of like a hoodie string, or like a tennis shoe string. You know how it's got like that plastic cap to keep the fibers from fraying? That is essentially what a telomere is for our DNA. It keeps our DNA from fraying. However, we don't always get to keep our telomeres. Some cells come back and they don't have them. And then that means our DNA starts to fray, and we can't regenerate our cells as quickly. Over time, it gets to the point where we just cannot keep up with our aging, or how long we've been alive, and our bodies just can't generate cells at the rate that we need them, and our body gives out on us. We pass on. At roughly 80 to 110 nowadays. I know a lady who's actually like she's doing just fine, and she's like 85. Like, it's great. We're able to live so much longer than we used to, but elves don't have that. Elves keep their telomeres. Their DNA strands will never unravel. We actually have animals that do this. They're called lobsters. Lobsters' telomeres and their DNA will never fray. They will keep them. Which means lobsters could theoretically live forever and grow to crazy... Oh, is there a way to restore telomeres? I don't know. I don't think so. Not yet. I know science has thought about it. And telomere is spelled T-A-L-L-O-M-E-R-E. And you could probably actually recognize them if you saw an infrared, or not an infrared, but like a microscopic look at DNA. They're those little white spots that you can see on DNA pieces. So like right here, they're like these little caps on the tips of our DNA. Like here. They literally cap the DNA to make sure the DNA does not come off. And yes, telomere will shorten after multiple replications of our DNA until we literally have no telomeres left. The cap is no longer there and our DNA starts fraying. War crimes? Dan, you are not... No war crimes. But yeah, I have no idea if we'd be able to regenerate. I know, like I said, scientists are trying to. But, they really can't. And that's... Honestly, it's fine. We don't need to live forever. But yeah, lobsters don't lose their telomeres. They get to stay alive forever, basically. It's nuts. No more crimes. No, my dad's being a nerd. Yeah, well, just because you don't understand what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm a nerd, Dan. But, yeah, back on topic. That's why my elves are kind of cracked. And that's why half-elves are fucking scary. Hear me out. half-elves get to be tall and get to have this extra aging. But then their bodies are also... that telomere situation is also kind of influencing the races that they are breeding with. But the races that they've interbred with also gives them a more robust biology. So like an elf and a dwarf, like I said, the dwarf got, you know, got the best of both worlds. They're strong as fuck. They're sturdy as hell. And their telomeres aren't gonna fray as quickly. Because of their elvish heritage. They're gonna live a lot longer than even elves. You don't see them that often. But that's how it happens. So, with that all out of the way, we're going to combine the elves with the Trakovish, and we're going to see what they end up looking like. I just spit all over my tablet. Good lord. Someone help me. Yes it does, you fucking nerd. Dan, you're a nerd. There we go. Tablet clean. Alright, so my Trakovish, they're about 5 feet. They go to about here. I don't have them on this sheet. I have them on another one that I drew a long time ago, but this specific document is a lot more high quality, so I'm gonna have to redraw them from scratch. Oh boy. But that's perfectly fine. I don't mind that. I am also okay with just drawing a quick sketch of them right here, too. So let me boot up their sheet real quick to make sure I have everything correct. Eek, eek. Hyperion. There we go. So, yeah, they're about 5 feet. They're pretty short. Pretty short for a species. I'm gonna do this real quick just to... just to have a Trakovish face. Ah! And their eyes are a bit bigger than most races. And they have slightly smaller mouths. Alright, I'm gonna move these guys down a bit. Because this is me designing the... like I said, this is me designing the Trakovish really quickly. To make it easier on me. They don't really have big booba. But the women do have pretty big hips. Let's go here. The eek is stored in the heart. Oh, that's cute. The eek is stored in the heart. Oh yeah, they also have really long fingers. The Trakovish do. And it's not that their nails are long, it's that their fingers are long, and their fingers come to a weird point. And that has to do with their evolution as climbers. They climbed mountain walls. Or not mountain walls, but cave walls back then. There we go. I'm gonna have to shrink this bitch a bit. But, for now, I'm just gonna keep drawing. Alright. So this would be a pretty good hybrid. Let me make her a little shorter though. Because like I said, the Dracovish are pretty short. Let me scroll in. Yeah, they average on 4'10" to 5'4". That's what I have written down. So I'm gonna make her about 5'3". I like that. Actually, let me do it this way. So something about right here.
Oh, hi, Gil. Yeah, it's Dan. Dan hopped in.
Dan's being cute. Alright, so now that I have that, I'm going to show off what their skin would end up doing. So we're gonna line this little lady real quick. And I'm gonna show off what their skin pattern could do.
Hoi, hoi, Dan. How you doing?
Alright, so we know that the Dracovish have these really pretty black and white marks. And I've based elves off of...
You're not. No, don't be dead, Dan. Nar.
That's some ice cream. Nice. Hopefully it was good ice cream. I'm closing out all my references real quick because I ain't need them anymore. There we go. Get him out of here. Alrighty, so the way the Dracovish noses work, they're pretty square, so that would kind of be a thing, but not as much for the hybrid version of them. Their noses wouldn't be as small either, and their eyes wouldn't be quite as big, but they would still be pretty big. And their mouths are fine where they are. Now, the Dracovish do just have glowing ass eyes, but their hybrids would have elvish eyes. There we go, like so. I might actually bring this up a bit. Oh! There we go. Oh, I could probably do this to help. So I can see what I'm doing. You know what else is big? The sun. My financial debt! Oh god! I hope you're okay, Lobo. Holy shit. That's awful. Alright, so I'm gonna give them the big ears because they have elvish ears, and the Dracovish also have like pointy elvish ears. So that's something that the traits would line up with. They would keep these traits. There we go. I'm also going to give them their collarbones. And we all know what these are, but we're not going to discuss them. Alright, now, because the Trakovish, especially the females, are thicker than Elvish females, their bone density is also a little thicker, just their structure is better. This combination would be really good for the Elvish population, just to make sure they don't, like, crumple and fall into a heap. So that means these guys would be able to be, like, really thick. Yes, thick. So I'm gonna give these ladies some hippage. There we go. I'll also give them some thigh. There we go. That looks a little silly, let me not do that. There we go, that looks better. Alright, and once again, they're gonna have slightly longer feet than an elf. Because their toes, for the Trakovish at least, the Trakovish toes are very tall, very long and thin, compared to a lot of other races. And that has to do with their climbing as cave dwellers. They don't do it as much so that they don't have that kind of look anymore. You're saying elves crave features they don't have. The god at elves like thickness. Yes, they like them thick. To be fair, the elves don't necessarily crave it, it's just, it helps their evolutionary design. Otherwise, they would be, dying out. Elves have a lot of complications. Alright, and I'll give this lady some pointy nails and some pointy fingies. Like so. And there we go. So this is a pretty good body structure for an elf Trakovish hybrid. Now let's start with the color. This is typically how I go over color. Let me fill her out there real quick. There we go. And let me make sure she is good. Yeah, she's good. So, when hybridizing skin tones, I'm not sure how I will go about these guys, because if we look at the skin tones for the Trakovish, they have literally like two. White and then light gray. But then they have spots. They have black spots. Now, since these guys are hybrids, I don't think I'll be giving them just the pure white skin tone. I'm going to give them elvish skin tones. Now, in my world of Eldrig, elves can have any skin tone that a human can, plus some. Elves typically range from very, very, very dark purple to a very, very, very light yellow. So they are pushing it a bit when it comes to the colors. So remember when I went over human skin tones? Or at least I did with, I went over human skin tone with Koishi last week when I was asking her about the moon demon skin colors. For those who weren't there for it, though, I will cover it again real quick. A nice little refresher. Humans always have a 3-color system when it comes to their skin. Red, orange, and yellow. And if you know anything about makeup, you'll be able to understand this as well. But for those who know foundations, I heard my name, yeah! Remember we talked about this last week, about skin tone. But, when looking at the industry of makeup, they have these 3 categories as well. One called Rose, another called Balance, and another called Gold. Rose foundation is like a pink-colored foundation that is for people who have more pink-red undertone skin, or rose skin. And people who have more gold skin, they get the gold foundation. And the way you can tell what your skin undertone is by looking at your veins. If your veins look blue or more purple, you have a gold or a rose-based skin tone. You're more pink. If you have more green-looking veins, then you are a gold base. And I know this sounds really fucking silly and weird, but it's really how it goes. I may or may not have been exploring the internet for outfit ideas. Oh, Koichi, it's perfectly fine. But here, I can show what I mean by it. And this doesn't have to do with skin tone, this has to do with hue. It doesn't have anything to do with how light or dark you are. You can have a very pale rose person and a very dark gold person. That sounds silly, but here, I'll show you what I mean. Let's say I want to have someone with a very, very pale rosy color. Let's go down a tick and say, let's someone that's a little darker than them. And then let's say this is someone a little darker than them. And then here's someone darker than that. And then here's someone even darker than that. And then maybe someone who's darker than that. So these are skin tones that are rosy in color. Now let's say I want a gold skin tone. It's gonna look like maybe like this. And then let's say that person's a little darker. And then let's say this person's a little darker. And then let's say another person's a little darker. And then this person. And then this person's really dark. But you can see here, there's a difference between the two. This is clearly more red. And this is clearly more yellow. There's still dark color down here. But this one is more red colored. And this person has a more gold color to them. Might end up asking you to make her outfit, though, the application again. Ooh, I love clothes, so that would be awesome. I really do like clothes. I'm down. But yeah, this is pretty much what I mean when I'm talking about this kind of stuff. And you can kind of see it here. Got a lot of refs? Nice. But you can kind of see it like this. See, this is a more pink skin. This is a more pink skin as well. But she is a more gold skin. She's got a yellow undertone, or a gold undertone, as makeup typically likes to say. This is a very outdated makeup kit, though. It's not a very good example of makeup. But it's there. It's as best as I can cover. But my elves do this. They have these color palettes. However, my elves also push it. They push it into purple territory. Almost blue territory. And I'll show you what that looks like. So just like over here in the red, we can bring it over into the, like, pale purple, like this. And then as I go down, we find the darker skin tones. And we start leaning in a bit more towards the blue until we get to, like, a sheen dark purple. And then with the yellow, they push it just a bit more, slightly towards green. Purple is good. Purple is good. Purple pretty. But yeah, my elves will also push it a little closer to green. So when moving down, they have like almost olive skin sometimes. Like so. So this is what I've done with my elves. I want them to have a bit more color to them. As you can see up here, I kind of have a look for what I want for them. Up top here is the skin tone, down here is like hair color, and then here is eye color. So with that out of the way, I can move this over here so I can see my palette real quick. And I'm going to figure out how this can combine with the Trakovish. Now, like I said, the Trakovish are just straight up white and marked colored with little black markings. So we're going to work on that. Okay, so let's say this lady is a lovely pale peachy color. Which will probably be how most of these hybrids with the Trakovish work. They're probably mostly going to be pale because of who their parentage is. And I'll show you why. So let's say this is our hybrid. Here she is. She's very pretty. However, because of her Trakovish parentage, she has what we would call vitiligo, or vitiligo. She has dark markings. However, it's not quite the same as the Trakovish. It's a little different. It's not white on black. It's light pink on dark pink. And it's probably not nearly as symmetrical. So let's turn off the symmetry. And I'm going to mark off the spots where we can see the patterns on the Trakovish and start applying it to the elf. So they have it on their shoulders, they have it crawling up their arms. There we go. And then we'll worry about the legs later, but let's do this. Let's clean this up a little bit because this looks a little crazy. And then, you know, she has her standard markings on her legs, here and here. And there we go. That's how I would make these guys look. And with their eyes, elves can have pretty much any color eye. Let me go back up here and look at them. Yeah, they can have pretty much any color eye. They can have ranges specifically just like humans. Blue, light blue to black. However, elves have a bit more range. They have gold, orangey, and red. And maybe even a slight pink. So elves have a bit more range, just like with their skin tones. So I'm gonna give this lady, let's say she has yellow eyes. Let's give her yellow. Yellow are very pretty eyes. Unlike the Dracovish, her eyes aren't going to, or her sclera aren't going to be the darker version of the color. They're going to be regular white, just like on elves. And then we're gonna give her a lovely shade of gold eye. Let's make it a different kind of gold. Like a lovely deep gold. There we go. And that is how I would hybridize them. Look how pretty she is. Now let me give her her lips. Oh, that's a bit too harsh. There we go. There's her lip color, and there she is. A lovely vitiligo looking girl. So there, that's another way you could look at your race and hybridize them. And that was a bit of a challenge because Dracovish and elves look very different because of just how crazy the Dracovish patterns can work. But these guys can still breed with them, so of course they're going to still get the pattern. And that still looks really cool to me. Now, as far as hair works, let's see, we got the eyes, we got the face. Let's give her some hair. Now, because she is pink, she's probably a silver elf, I believe they're called. Let me go look at my elves. Because my elf ethnicities are different than your standard human ethnicities. My human ethnicities are the same as what we have, pretty much. My elf ethnicities work differently, however. Like if you're a golden elf, you will have dark skin and blonde curly hair. Now the reason they do that is because elves, while humans run through a rule of if you're in a hot desert biome where the sun hits you all day, you're gonna be darker with black hair, black skin. Your hair is gonna be really coily to protect you, keep your head from heating up, all that good stuff. And if you're away from the sun, you're fairer skin, fairer features, whatever. For elves, the skin tone follows that premise. If you're in the sun more, you get a lot more melanin, or melatonin. Wait, melanin, that's the word, yeah. But their hair and their eyes sometimes match the biome that they would blend in with because they're felines. They're feline, oriented. So if you see an elf on my world in the desert, they are native from the desert. They will have very dark skin, maybe dark red or brown or gold eyes, but their hair is always going to be a beach blonde. And that is because that blonde is that sand color. It's how they blended in the sandy dunes. So with the silver elves, it's the same issue. Or not issue, but it's the same way. Their skin is usually very fair, very gray-pink almost, almost purple. But their hair is very dark. Their hair is usually black, very straight, and keeps them warm. But it also matches with the crags and black marshes that they come from in a way. But weirdly enough, their hair actually goes white, like immediately over time. And that's because they are also in a biome that's very cold and has a lot of snow. It also has to do with their lineage, but we'll cover that at a later date. Same thing with copper elves. Their hair is very orange, very pretty. But their skin is medium. They're not pale like how we have our standard Irish people or Scottish people, where redheads come from. Redheads are usually very, very pale, very, very prone to sunburn, while these redheads, the elf redheads, they don't give a shit. They can stay in the sun all day. They're more Mediterranean. They look more Mediterranean colored. So like a medium-ish skin tone. So with her, I'm going to make her a silver elf. So she's probably going to have black hair. So let me get this. She's also going to have straight hair, black straight hair, which is really weird for the Trakovish, by the way. The Trakovish do not have black hair. Well, they can have black hair, but it's extremely rare. But with this lady, she's going to have black hair for the fun of it. And let's just give her... I'm going to give her a silver elvish hairstyle. Because let's say she hybridized, or she's a hybrid, but her parent that she's with, or the parent that is the cultural, I guess, influencer, is the silver elf parent. There we go. Baby girl got her hair. Wonder if I should give her a bun. There we go. Now let's give... I'm gonna give her a quick... Actually, let's move this in here. There we go. I'm gonna give her a quick line art of her hair. May I please have a link to the application for Worldbuilding Wednesdays? Of course! I believe if you do this... Boop! There we go. Pretty hair. Yeah! I kind of based the Silver Elf culture slightly off of Asian cultures. Usually I lean towards Chinese. Because I just really like Chinese designed clothing. It's extremely pretty. Hanfu is one of the prettiest fucking clothing pieces I've ever seen. Alright, so yeah, here's her quick little hairstyle. And then her bun on top of her head. And then the rest of her hair in the back. There she is. Look how pretty. Pretty girl. I'm gonna line this out just a bit though, so I can make sure she doesn't cut through her hair doesn't cut through the layer of her body. Which I do this with my races whenever I draw parts. You guys have seen me do this plenty of times, I'm sure. Oh, shit. Let me erase that. There we go. There we go. That's just to keep the hair in.
And of course, Koishi.
Boop. Oh, wait. Alright, I'm gonna turn her up, and we're gonna figure out what hair color we want for her. Let's go this. Oh, shit. I was on the wrong layer. Alright, so her hair's gonna be a nice black.
There he is. Look at this baby girl.
And there we go. There's that hybrid. I just really like the look of vitiligo. Or vitiligo, however you say it.
It's very pretty.
Ugh. So then, yeah, that's how I typically hybridize. Let us fill in her eye color. There we go.
She's wonderful. I'm glad.
Also, since she is a silver elf hybrid, I think I'm going to do this. I'm gonna come up here. Let's turn off my symmetry tool to make this look nice. But we're gonna do a fun little thing. I'm gonna give her some silver strands that are starting to creep up into her hair. Like this. And the reason for this is, like I said, they slowly start to have their hair turn white as they age. And this happens very quickly. Like I said with the elves, their telomeres never uncap, and they never lose their melanin in their hair. So if you are an elf, you will never lose your hair color. You have also sent, because I want to talk about the new world more. Of course, of course! Yes, I am taking new applicants. If you have already been on my talk show, if you've already been on World Building Wednesdays, feel free to send a new application for any updates that you want to do on what you talked about last time. It's not like a callback thing, it's just a when do you want to be back sort of thing, and what new thing are you going to talk about. That's how I'm going to be handling it, at least. If you want to rejoin, simply sign up again. But yeah, the way elves work, like I said, they keep their telomeres, but some of them start losing their melanin very quickly because of just genetic reasons, and silver elves are definitely one of them. Silver elves start to lose melanin in their hair by the time they're like 50. So by the time they're 50, their head will be completely white. So that means this lady is probably like 30, 35. And I know that sounds crazy. At least it sounds kind of on par for humans. Because humans, you know, we start to lose melanin, and we get salt and pepper, white hair by the time we're 50, 60. But in the context of elves living to 400, that's like saying, you know, you're getting, your hair's going gray by the time you're 15 or 20. It's like, oh geez. But that's for the entire ethnicity. All of these guys just lose their hair color. I can't tell you why.
But she's very pretty. I'm very proud of her.
Now let's look at one more hybrid child. Oh, whoops. Get out of there. Come on. There we go. Time to take the trash to the trash barrel. I shall return shortly. Of course, Squishy! I love that little bunny. It makes me happy. She leave. It's so cute. Okay. So yeah, let me cover one more real quick. Let's see. Nope. Always end up opening that one. That was the sketch, so I don't need that. We could do a sketch of that. Let me roll the dice here. Let's see what we end up with. Oh, I could work with the go ball. Okay, the go ball are so fucking cute. Hear me out. I love my go ball. I love my short little munchkins. Let me grab them. Let me, grab this real quick. Okay, so we're gonna make the go ball, and we're gonna figure out how to hybridize these guys. Because the go ball are very, very cute. I'm also gonna go look at more references, because having references is always a good thing. I have a folder actually that has nothing but fantasy race pictures in it, so that's what I'm pawing through right now. There they are.
Gobble, my little babies.
Crap, forgot to get refs for the male outfits. Gotta go do that when I return. Of course, Koishi. I'm actually really excited for Koishi fashion.
Wah.
Alright, so I have my gobles pulled up. Including what I've already drawn, because... yeah, I've drawn a few of them. Alright, so, I need to go look at my website real quick, just to make sure I get the right height. Because they are really short. I think they're like... oh, that hurt my ears. Oh god, someone just drove by with their bass boosting really fucking high, and I could feel the reverberation in my head. Good lord. Anyway. Back on topic. The Gobel are extremely little. They are very short. They're babies. They are about 3'7" to 4 feet. So I'm going to start grabbing my humans and shrinking them. Like so. Yeah, like so. However, I can't shrink them too far because I also need to squatten them out, as silly as that sounds. I can't just scale them down. I also have to do this, because the Gobel are also really squat. So something like that. Maybe even a little shorter. Something like that. So they're about that big. Honey, I shrunk the humans.
Oh no! Not the humans!
Actually, I can turn this up a bit so I can see it. And let's move my symmetry tool so I can also shrink the guy. Hello, sir. I am here to shrink you. Honey, I shrink the Gobels. Alright, let's shrink this man. Alright, and now let's eschew the proportions. Excellent, excellent. And the men and the ladies are basically about the same height. There we go. I do want to make their heads a bit bigger, though. Oh. Actually, let's do this. Because their heads are a little bigger than average humans. Alright, so now that I have the basic proportions down, which is why I have this fun little base sketch, we can start working on what goblins look like, and then I can hybridize them. So, goblins have a very sweet, bunny-like look to them. They are babies, and I love them. And you've already seen what they look like. They have lovely, floppy ears. Ow, ow, Banui. Yes, they're Banui. They're basically like bunnies. But they're also thick as fuck. Because I can't help myself. I like thickums. So the gopals are pretty thick, pretty nice, pretty round, pretty soft. I'm trying to find a good reference piece to show off that's not like Banui are the superior race. Yeah. I'm trying to find two references, or at least references to show what I mean. But it's a little difficult. So, like I said, I'm just gonna draw it. But needless to say, goblins... thick. Okay. And their ears, like I said, they're banana ears. So the bunny ears are typically droopy. So, typically, I know most goblin ears look like this. Where they're, like, big and doofy looking. We'll get to those in a second. Let me draw the goblin face real quick. It's not completely center, actually. Hold on. Let me move this to the center. There we go. I also want them to have bigger lips, too. I want them to have pretty poochy lips. And they do have rounder faces. Like so. And then their ears come out and then just droop. Like so. They have cute, droopy banana ears. So there they are, my little gobles, with their droopy banana ears. Let me look real quick at something. Their heads would be a bit bigger than this, actually. Because their heads are almost the same size as humans. Ears and all. There we go. So let me squat out them all. A little bit more. cut off the dude's head. Whoops. There we go. And I'll bring this over here for the guys. And they are thick. They are thicker than humans. Oh, and they also have one less finger digit. So I'm gonna have to remember that. I heard the goblins are just short stacks. That's all they are. They're just a race of short stacks. Hear me out. Short stacks are great. Right, so I'll make her a bit thicker, like so. We'll bring this down so I can see what I'm doing. Yes, I meant it when I said they are short stacks. They will have a... They're pretty well endowed. Even the men are pretty well endowed. Oh, sippy time! Thank you, period. Num num num. Ooh, that hit the spot. Also, make sure you guys are getting drinks too. Oh my fucking god! I just looked at the booba. Yes, booba. I just looked at the temperature. It's 105. Help. Oh, jeez. Yes, everyone, please be careful today. Please make sure you're drinking water. Not just me. You guys too. Because that is bullshit. Yes, that's 40 Celsius for those of you here who are here. I think 40, 41 Celsius. Something like that. It's absolutely crazy. What the hell? Oh yeah, goblins also have pointy little nails. And they also have more bulbous fingers. At least mine do. So, pointy nail and then slightly bulbous finger. Like so. And then here's another finger with nail. However, they only have these three. They don't have, they don't have the extra pinky like we do. They only have 3 digits, or 3 fingers and a thumb. And with a cat. Nice. Snuggle the cat. Please move into a castle home in Scandinavia. Will triple digits are a myth? I wish. I would grab Leon and drag him with me in a heartbeat. We would move in a heartbeat to a nice, cool location. Alright. Alright, so Gobo's thick. So let's give this girl some hippage. Because like I said, these guys are just short stacks. They got thick little mamas and dadas, I'm just saying. let's move this down, actually. Just a bit. And then move this up just a bit. Just to give them a bit more torso. I'm also going to give them more thigh. And the reason they're thicker is because they're cute, fluffy banoonies. I'm also gonna give them tummy rolls, probably. Cute little tummy rolls. Which means their tummy button is folded in like this. Because they are, like I said, they're a chubbier race. They're very cute and very plump. Plump is the word. There we go. And then give her a little bit of squish here, and then big hips here, and then big thighs. Let me do that a little better. There we go. Thick mama. Where's Con when you need him? As a Benui, I can't confirm. We be thick. Hell yeah. But yeah, now thinking about it, where's Con? We're out here talking about thick-ass, cute goblins. Also, just best way to design a goblin. Just have them cute and thick. It's the only goblin I know. Thick goblin supremacy. Actually, let's make the ankles and feet a little bit more wide. There we go. More proportions. Also, because she has 3 fingers, she will also only have 1, 2, 3, 4 toes. Because she has 3 fingers and a thumb, now she has 4 toes. So there's my girl. My chumby bumby. Cute girl. Now we'll draw the dude next. Dudes, also thick. Sorry, this song just kicks ass. Alright, let's get this guy nice and thick, too. I might shorten him down just a bit, so that he has a bit more neck, because homeboy ain't got no neck right now. There we go. Homeboy got neck. Alright, so the guys will have pretty much the same structure as the girls in terms of face. They have a rounder face, maybe a little more like sharp, like on the jawline area, like so, but they also have a pretty round looking face. Like so. And they are also thick. So I'm gonna be thicking these boys out here. And instead of like super muscular, or able to become super muscular like humans could if they tried hard enough, goblin males can't really have a whole lot of muscle buildup because they just don't need them. They don't need the muscle buildup like the way humans do it, at least. All right, so here's his little claw. Here's his bulbous thumb. His claw. His fingies. One more. But yeah, that's not to say they don't have more muscle than the females, but they just can't have more muscle in relation to how human males can build up. So, you know, if they were the same size as a human male, they'd have a lot more squish than muscle. Which means their chest area has a bit more squish instead of like that angle. Let me look for some body references. Okay, these work. Shorter guy. Oh, that's cute.
He's so cute.
I'm looking at more chubby models and
Cute.
alright. These work. And yes, the boys also got some thick thighs. We like them thick in this house, I'm just saying. It just sucks, because you always see cute, thick girls, but, like, no cute boys. It makes me sad. Like, I want to see the cute, thick boys. At least as far as goblins are concerned. Yeah, all these references are really bad. I can't use them. Because no matter what I Google or look up, I can't find a good one. I can't find good refs. At least, like I said, not for gobos. Or go balls, I suppose is what I'm calling them. in my world. Oh, that looks nice. Okay, I found one. I found one, and I can't show it because it's a little risque, but it works. Alright, so I got my boy pulled up here. And he also has a bit of a chumby. Because remember, these guys are a little thick. They're a little thick gobbo race. His belly button also is drooped just a bit. There we go. I just realized the goblins in my world are more like hobbits, where they're like the chill, like hidden away people that don't want to be bothered. They're basically the goblins are basically the hobbits. How did I do that? Well, either way, these are the gobos that I made. There's the females, there's the males. Thickums. Oh, let me give the males their feet real quick. There we go. One, two, three. So now that they have their 4 toesies. Now, using this, I'm going to figure out how to mix them with another race. Now, which race should I do that with? That is the question. First, let's go see what race they're compatible with. On my sheet here, let's go look. So, Gobbles, they are compatible with humans, elves, dwarg. They can have children with the Darren, but it's really difficult. Oh, the Trakovish as well, and the Skarma, and themselves. Let's use the Skarma, because the Skarma are fucking cool. I really like my Skarma designs. They make me very happy. So, like I described with the Skarma, they are elves, but they have stripes, and they're a bit more feral. They also have tails. So, we're gonna figure out what they look like with Gobbles. Benui be never-ending breeding? You're not wrong. Gobbles can have up to, like, 4 or 5 kids a litter, and they don't stop. They keep going. Gobbles cracked. They're also very agreeable with a lot of races. So... Jackson! How are you? How you doing? I heard you like the little bat eeks. At least I hope you do. You wouldn't make me do them if you didn't, I think. How you doing? Alright, let me go look at my Skarma now. Tired, but you'll be okay? Oh no. I'm sorry you're tired, but I do hope you'll be okay. I know work, I'm sure it's work. Work probably kicked your ass, and I'm sorry about that. Alright. Ooh, okay, so this is a pretty good reference. I'm gonna grab these pictures here and here. Eek eek, more than ada ada. Oh, I see. Eek eeks win ada ada. Ugh, I'm gonna get a little stretch in, don't mind me. Alright, so I'm gonna combine these guys with the Skarma. Now, I don't have the Skarma sketched, but that's okay, I don't need to. I already have this. I already have elves. Elves are done. So, oh wait. Fuck it. It works. There we go. So, I'm going to use these two sketched individuals to figure out my hybridization. And remember how I said the Skarma are really close to the Albs? I'm gonna be lazy. I'm not gonna draw the Skarma yet. So we're going to just draw the Alps. I'm gonna draw. Let's make it a male. I've been drawing a lot of ladies. Let's draw a dude. So Albs, just like elves, or not Albs. Skarma, just like Albs, have a very subtle look to their evolution in terms of sexual dimorphism. And over here you can see the Gobel are kind of the same way. Now, the men are clearly different from the women, but with the Albs and the Skarma, you cannot tell the difference at all. Unless you're, like, part of their species. In which case you're like, okay, I can tell. But, like, a human wouldn't be able to tell. So I'm going to have to figure out how to make my guy look a little more androgynous. And because of the Gobal in him, he's going to be chubby. So he's going to be the cutest chubby, like, yellow cat. It's going to be precious. So I'm going to start with the elvish face. Let's go up here. Here, I'll make his eyes look a bit sweeter than usual. Now, the Skarma also have feline pupils, so I feel like that would translate to the Gobel hybrid. Now, the Gobel don't necessarily have those kind of irises, but it's perfectly fine. Alright, so the Skarma have really pointy ears, and the Gobel have very long pointy ears that droop because they're Benini ears, pretty much. So these guys would probably have a hybridization of that. Their ears would probably be pretty big, and kind of try and droop. But it wouldn't quite be getting there yet. So something kind of like this, and maybe a bit of fur on the ends. Because, like I said, that's what the Skarma have. And then here's their mouth. I'll make their mouths a little thicker. There we go. So this is what we're working with. Big-eared motherfuckers. Let me bring in their face, actually. Let me scoot their face in a bit. There we go. And I will be giving this guy his body. But he will be... Let's see. If the goblins reach about 6 feet. He'll be about 4'9". 4'9", 4'10" feet. So I'm gonna bring this guy down to about here. That's about in tandem with what he'll be. So let's make sure I am able to get that going. Alright, he'll be thinner than normal elves, because his shoulders will be meeting a bit more with goblin standards. He'll still have a bit of a thick chest, just like male goblins. Like so. Maybe he'll be a bit leaner, though, because of his Scotima heritage. And then he'll have thicker arms as well. I'll be flattening him out once I'm done drawing this. And I'm thinking he'll keep his claws, but the whole not... You know what? No. He's not going to get an extra finger. We're not going to have him have an extra finger. I'm going to lop it off. Goodbye, extra finger. Just like the Gobles, I think he'll have 4 fingers, or 4 digits instead of 5, like most humans. Or humanoid races, I should say. Oh, and they will also have a tail. Gobles don't really have tails nowadays, but the Scotima definitely do. So Scotima tails abound. The body looks really weird with the head. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Let me mute this guy real quick. Mute? Turn off the layer. Who am I? And let's figure out how to get these proportions in. Because, like I said, Gobelman, thick, and is cute. So let's squish this boy in a bit, like so. Okay, let's give him some waist, much like Goble. I just thought, hey, I should just Google twink. Because they're basically just twink boys. And hey, it works. I do need to bring this up, though. The chest needs to be pushed up a bit more. Like so. There we go. That's as good as I'm gonna get him. And then we can give him his legs. The legs will be a little chumby, just like the goblins. The thighs will be a bit bigger as well. Because gobos. And then I'll shorten the legs whenever I get the chance. And then they will also have 1, 2, 3. So 4 toes. And then, of course, a tail. Much like the Skarma. Now, the Skarma have a long, slender, like, cat-like tail. So it usually looks like this. Think like a lion tail, and then it has like a little puff of hair at the end. So the goblins will have the same thing. Their tails will be shorter than usual, but they'll still have that little tail look. The proportions look so funny. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix the proportions, but let's turn that on. Alright, let's fix this boy. First things first, we have to shrink him down a bit. Just so he's better proportioned with his head. And then we can squat him out a bit. Like so. Not too crazy, just a bit. Alright, let's bring him down. How tall is he? A little more than 5 feet. So I'm gonna squish him in just a bit more. Like so. And then scale him down just a bit more. There we go. Okay, so I made a third hybrid. A goblin hybrid with an elvish, Scotsman look. So there he is. This is our little boy. He's very cute. He's clearly part goblin. Let's line him real quick. Which shouldn't take too long. Now, I'm gonna give him a cuter, rounder nose. Because goblins usually have, like, squatter noses like this. Yeah, something like that. And let's give him some thick lips. Because goblins have thicky lippies. Yeah, cute boy. And we'll give him the cat eyes. The paladin is fresh out shower and clean. Clean paladin! You don't stink anymore, period. Congratulations. Yes, I smell like citrus and jasmine now. Ooh. That does sound really nice. There we go. Alright, let's give this boy a big head. Boop. And his big ol' half goblin ears. There we go. And they will have a bit of fur on the tip. Maybe not, depending. But for the sake of right now, I think I'll give it to him. There you go. Alright, here's his chest. Like I said, it's not quite chubby like the goblins, but it's still got a bit more padding than usual. Let's give him his belly button. Woo! How do I go about this? There we go. Kronos! Hello! Welcome in! Thank you for the pet, the sippy, and oh my god, the whole care package is here. Kronos said air supply dropped. Thank you for the stretchy though, and the sippy, and the snack, and the pet. Let's get that pet. Ow, wrong way. Do you want my ear? Here, you can have my ear. There we go. Ear pet. Oh, thank you. You did. You care packaged me. Wah. Ugh. Alright, let me get a sip too, because I've been talking a while. Ah, it's yummy. Oh, it hits the spot too, because once again, oh god, it ticked up. It's 106. Help! Why is it 100 degrees today? Alright, I'm gonna snack. Ow. Hey, Freebos! Thank you for the Frito bite. Num num num. Welcome in though. How are you doing? I'm blasting my AC. This weather's killing me. Yeah, it's awful. Please make sure you guys are comfortable and in a cool environment because it is extremely hot today. Like, it is stupid hot today. I don't know how hot it is for you guys, but good fucking god, it's 100. Yeah, 106 right now. It's fucking awful. So please, like I said, I don't know what it's like for you guys. It could be snowing for you guys for all I know, but I don't care. You're also stupid hot. I mean, owa. Owa, owa, is what I say to that. Wah. I need to make this guy look a bit more guy. A bit more like a dude. I can't help it, I like hips. I like hips on my guys. There we go. A bit better. Kind of. I wish I had hips cry. Oh, no. Hips are great. I highly recommend hips. Just in general, I highly recommend hips. Because, like I said, we appreciate thick in this house. And if you don't, I'm sorry. I can't live like that. Alright, that works pretty well. Oh, geez, that was a bow leg and a half. Fuck that. That looked silly. That looks much better. I'm gonna crunch another Frito. Ah, if I can grab it.
Repo.
Calves are a highly underrated aspect of the leggy. Agreed. Calves are lovely. Thighs are lovely. Hot take. Knees, though. I'm teasing. I just like leg. I just like bodies. I'm just like, bodies, please, give. Thank you. Alright, 1, 2, 3. There we go, because they have one less toe. And let's get this guy his arms. So they have the claws, much like the goblins. Also, the Scotoma have claws, so that's a trait that they will never have. That was redundant, but you get it. They will never have an offspring that doesn't have claws. And then we have our arms. Okay, look at him. Cute boy. Now I give him his tail. Because his Scotoma heritage gives him tails. Also, Kronos, since you pretty much... I don't know if you just walked in. You see why I keep sending you hand pics? Listen. Claws are great. I'm just saying. Claws are great. I'm not biased or anything. Peers at my own hand. I'm not biased. Come on. Work with me here. There we go. And then they have the cute little puff. Like their ancestors. Ancestors? Like their parents. Their Scotoman parents. Okay, so now that that is over with, I can fill them out. Alright, let me make sure there aren't any spaces. Alright, he should be good. So, the way I work my goblins, we're gonna go look at their skin colors first. I don't have them up here, but that's fine. I can I can do that really quickly. So I'm gonna keep. Actually, I'm gonna do it here. Let's scoot this out the way.
Excuse me, elf palette. I don't need you anymore.
So the way I do my goblins, just like goblins, they are a very, very lovely shades of green. So we're gonna start with the first color of green. Why isn't this getting bigger? Oh, because I'm pushing the wrong button. There we go. So this is going to be our base color for my goblin. And I know they can be other shades of green, but this is gonna be our base. Now, I've also pushed their skin tones towards more lime colors as well as gold. And it's to the point where they're actually like a brown color, like this kind of color. And then I've also pushed them towards blue, to where they're almost like a jade teal. So this is the range that I'm going to be working with for my goblins. This very like blue green. Like it's not quite blue, but it's so close to being blue. There we go. So these are my colors that I'm going to work with. Ryza! Hello, Ryza. How are you? It's the homie. My DMs. Oh no. What am I looking at? Let me peek. You fucking got me. And yes, claws. Claws good. That's all I'm saying. Claws good. I've never heard this music actually. Hold up. Huh. Well, this is new. Makes me happy. Just wanted to pop in? Of course, of course. Always appreciate you popping in. You're adorable. Mwah. Oh, no, wait. Mwah. There you go. Precious friend. Alrighty, so now that I have the Goblin palette, I'm gonna go look at the Skarma palette. Now, the Skarma are just like elves and humans. They have the orange-yellow. However, I can't see the Skarma having red. So the Skarma wouldn't have a red palette. And they're always going to be more dark. So they probably have like a reddish orange, but they'll never push towards the red colors. And then they'll have like dark yellows and even maybe slightly green. You send bad smooch back, yay! Ah! Alright, so you cutie pie. Have loose string. I'm gonna have the string falling out of the I like this one! There we go, falling out of the... He is abusing his power. I'll abuse my power back. This four-corner bit. I love forgetting what a square is. Come on. Geometry class, don't fail me now. It failed me. Don't worry. Square. That's what these are called. They're called square.
Speaking with her, the biggest layers are contraceptive pills.
Aw, he
Reflex is catching that grape were really good.
Thank you.
is a
That
he
was a terrifying
Why did I press that one?
Kimi died.
Why did I press the trigger?
This is such a mean room.
I agree. Cuties. Cuties abound.
My reflect. I fucking.
Ryza! Ryza literally showed up, caused mayhem and chaos, and then just ran away. Ryza, we love you. Have a good lurk, homie. Alright, so when covering these guys, I'm probably gonna give them. I'm gonna give them some leniency when it comes to the colors. I got jump scared by my own voice. You're so cute. You're very cute. Who knew you could be so cute? Alright, so since these guys are pretty close to this color, I'm gonna make this dude a pretty dark, lovely gold, maybe? Like this. Oh, that's a nice color. It's a very pretty color. Should I make it a little more bold though? Oh god, too yellow, too yellow. I could always go with a jade. Oh, god, I love that color. I could always go with this. Nah, I wanted a little more green than that. Maybe not that stereotypical green. There we go. That looks nice. I am going to dilute the color just a bit, though. Have the tint itself disappear just a bit. There we go. And now we're going to add in stripes. So the Scotama, like I said, they have Blasco lines, or stripes. Y'all are cute. Phew, I was safe from Rez's wrath.
Are you safe from my wrath, though?
Haha, I think not.
Look at the cute banana.
Brain mode has brain is definitely saving my ass this time. Third time's the charm, everybody. Just as they think. Alright. Definitely lasting much longer with brain.
There we go. Okay.
Pretty sure you did.
Usagi is cute, you're right. But yes, Aperion stripes. This is a Goblin Skarma hybrid. Now, what the Skarma are like I said, they're elves with stripes. They're like feral elves with stripes and a tail. And I'm combining them with a Goblin now. And we're gonna see what the stripes look like on the Gobo. Now, the stripes won't be as thick as the Scotamas, because the Scotamas have like these nice, lovely, thick stripes. For this guy, it's not gonna be nearly as thick though. But he'll still have a few here and there. Like so. Where are you weighing? Because you're cute? I agree. There we go. Give this guy some stripies. Maybe even a few patches here and there of just random little spots. Because he can't quite control the... You can't really control the stripes. There we go. And then all goblins have black hair. Scotama also have pretty dark hair, but they usually have dark... Oh wait, no. Not all goblins have black hair. Some have brown, red, and blonde. I lied. I forget my own colors. But I think I'll give this guy some dark brown black hair. Just because I feel like it. And it would match the Scotama. Boop. So let's do that. What kind kind of hairstyle do I want to give this guy? Because the goblins can have whatever texture hair, up to like a really curly. While the Skarma typically just have straight hair, but it's usually just thicker or thinner. So maybe I'll give this guy just some thick hair. Let's have it just kind of come out. Like so. And then just have it be super uber thick.
Like a little lion.
Let's have some of it hanging here. There we go. Alright, here's one piece that's hanging over his ear. And this is the piece that comes out from behind. And now we can work on the hair proper. Like so. I'm also going to line the ears and shoulders like I always do. Hair is so good and voluminous.
Oh, wow. I'm glad. Ah, wow, wow.
Hair thick. Here we go. Huh. Oh. Pfft. There we go. There he is. Look at this guy. Look at this lovely boy. Alright, so because he's Gobel, he is going to have yellow sclera. I make all my Gobbals have yellow sclera. It just looks appropriate. So I'm gonna give that guy the yellow sclera, because why not? And let's see, the Scotoma can have orange eyes, so can the Gobbles. Gobbles can also have red eyes. I don't think the Scotoma can, though. So I'm gonna give him these lovely bright reds. And then we'll fill in his lips. Aw, there he is. Alright, and there is a Scotoma Gobel hybrid. Oh, whoops. That didn't work out. as much as I thought, but there we go. I fixed it. There he is! A cute boy. So, that is basically how I go about hybridizing creatures. I cover the different bases of who can breed with who, what they can create, like, are they mules, basically, or are they, their own species at this point, because this guy looks like his own species, I ain't gonna lie. How different is the species, so how many variations can you get? How similar is the species, so how compatible are they? Do you play D&D? Yes, I do. These are actually hybrids for my D&D campaign. This is the hybrid of a goblin and a feral elf called a Skarma that I've created for my world. And this is a lovely hybrid of the two. I've made hybrids of a few other races throughout the stream. I can show that off real quick. I've also made a lovely lady, a lovely elvish lady, but specifically an elf girl whose parents are elf and something called Trakovish, or underlings. The underlings are really unique, but I don't have any of them drawn here at the moment. And then nope, that's not it. And then I worked on a sketch for a human and a dwarf. Because in my world, dwarves have tails, which I can show off here. These are a subspecies of dwarf. Oh, Kronos, you're so cute. Now you're good. But yes, when I do my world blending segments, it's usually to do with Dungeons and Dragons stuff. At least from me, that's usually how I approach it. But yeah, that's how I hybridize. We have our lovely hybrids to look at. Our lovely girl and our lovely boy. Our lovely half-elven girl with Trakovish in her, and then the half-goblin with Skarma. Or I guess half-Skarma Gobel? I don't know how they would dictate what they're a hybrid of. They'd probably just call themselves something unique to who they are. And these aren't far from the realm of impossibility either. Skarma and Gobel hang out all the time. So of course there's probably going to be a lot of little ones running around that look like them. But I think I'm gonna call it for today. We got a lot of art done, and I mean a lot. We drew like 5 different things. Whew. Owa, owa. Now, I do want to work more on hybrid stuff later, but in order to do that, I think off-stream I'm gonna draw a bunch of my races and their ethnicities, because ethnicity does also factor into racial design. Oh, thank you! Thank you, Kronos. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yes, poke at me soon. I can hop in a VC if you'd like to chat up with whatever you wanted to talk about. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. We're gonna vibe. We're gonna just chill, and I think we're gonna raid a lovely individual. Let's see who we're gonna drop in on. I want to know why I always have so many fucking tabs open. Actually, no. I know why I have so many tabs open. It's 'cause I'm nuts. And I really, really like searching up everything. Oh, thank you for being here, Koishi. It is wonderful. It's always wonderful to have you guys here. Now let's hop on over here for now. And let's sneeze all this off at you. There we go. Aw, my favorite song is on. Wah. The song that makes me cry. I'll be singing this for karaoke, by the way. Oh, I'm glad I met you too. I've only gotten to see you a couple of times, and I have watched your stream. I believe I've watched you with Dan. And you're adorable. You're absolutely cute and fucking hilarious. I promise. It's great. Alright, so let's go and dive in on someone. Who are we dropping? No. No shishes. Yes. I mean it. I mean what I say and I say what I mean, dang it. Oh, this person's been streaming for 23 hours. Oh, it's a birthday subathon. Well, it does look like that they're here. They're clipping stuff. I'm not gonna disturb that. I don't I don't know when they're gonna end. It looks like they're about to end, actually. So let's drop in on a cute little kibby. I dropped in on a kibby yesterday, but let's drop in on another kibby today. Look at them. Look at this beautiful boy. His name is Blue, and we've seen him plenty of times. But I don't care. I'm gonna keep rating him because he's absolutely adorable, and I love watching him get flustered and happy over getting rated. So if you have my emotes, you can copy this and let Blue. Oh, he me.
Blessing the waffle today.
What?
You are ruining.
He's so cute.
What did he say? What did he even say? What did he? I didn't laugh. Shut up.
He's so cute. But yeah, if you have my
Blessing
emotes.
the waffle today.
Oh, why was that funny?
But if you have emotes, copy that. If you do not, you can copy this and let him know a bat rave is coming. But it looks like he is. What is he doing? Let's. Oh, he's playing Cult of the Lamb. Ah, Cult of the Lamb's always a good game. I'm gonna see if I can get in on the Cult of the Lamb. Hopefully they've fixed everything. I've been taking a small break from it because it has been frustrating me a bit. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully it works. Goodbye. Wow. I am a ghost.